Three cinephiles have come together to bring you strong opinions, controversial statements, epic battles, and plenty of fun. Introducing our host, the man who watches 52 movies a week, drinks 52 beers a movie, loves women but hates the woman, from the foreign land of Canada, our host, Moodz 616. He is widely known as the man who talks too much. His worst enemies are Postmaster P and Pee Wee Herman. He said Hellraiser was overrated and Leprechaun Origins wouldn't suck. He's the full-blooded half-Mexican, JP. Finally, we have the man who doesn't talk enough. He is best friends with Sean S. Cunningham. His favorite horror movie is Gummo. He is your favorite Jew and mine, Jeremy. Together they are known for extending a helping hand to vampircons everywhere. They are the 22 shots of Moodz and horror.
Oh yeah, what's going on, everybody? Episode 42 of the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horrors coming at you live. I am your host, Moodz 616, and I'm very, very sad to say and announce that NES Ruler 22, also known as Jeremy, is not with us today. But, of course, I've still got my homie, Double Shot J, also known as JP, here with me. What's up, buddy?
What's going on, man? And for those of you who cannot stand to not hear Jeremy's voice, he will be in a segment at the end of the show where he'll be talking about the two films that we're reviewing for tonight's featured reviews.
Yeah, so I had no funny intro for this one because I just, I usually always say I've got my two something with me, but just couldn't do it, man.
Your two Valentines.
My two Valentines, that's a good one. But I couldn't even say that because, if I say my one Valentine, then it just sounds kind of gross.
Yeah, a little gay.
A little gay, but yeah. So I guess it's just the two of us tonight, right? So this is actually kind of funny considering we are covering My Bloody Valentine from 1981 and of course the remake from 2009?
I believe you're right. I believe you're correct.
Okay, so which is kind of funny. We're going to have this, this one-on-one conversation like we're a couple. On this special Friday the 13th episode.
It is Friday the 13th. That is awesome.
Yeah,
are you watching any of them tonight?
The wife just actually texted me just before we got onto Skype here, and she said, she asked me if when she gets off work, if we she wants to go for like appies and stuff. We usually do on Fridays because we don't really spend a lot of time together. But, and I was like, well, I kind of wanted to, yeah, I guess I'll go. I can't tell her. I'm just going to stay home and watch Friday the 13th film. She's like, don't you remember that marathon we did a year and a half ago? We've seen them all. I'm like,
and
yeah, whatever. And I'm like, what is your point? Exactly. So,
yeah, well,
but yeah, she doesn't really get the whole Friday the 13th thing, how we love that day. It's such it's a cool thing in the horror community, in the horror world and stuff. But, as a female, she's just like, whatever. I don't care. I want appies. I'm like, whatever.
Well, there is two more this year, so you will have another opportunity to watch a Friday the 13th film.
Wow.
I personally am going to probably watch Part 8 tonight. I normally watch 2. Last year, I believe, or last Friday the 13th, I don't know if it was a year ago, I watched 5 and 6. But, the show, recording it tonight, we probably won't get done until a little later, so I'm only going to be able to squeeze in one, but I'm going to go with Part 8.
I'm a rebel, though, because I think the last Friday the 13th that we had was, a few months back? I actually watched Saturday the 14th, because that's how I roll. I got to rebel against the day because, or just I'll have like a Nightmare on Elm Street marathon on Friday the 13th.
Oh man, I used to get so excited.
Like that.
I used to get so excited when it was a Friday the 13th. I'd be in school. I knew it was a Friday. I'd be like in elementary school just waiting for the, final bell to ring so I could go home because I knew there'd be a marathon on. I didn't even check the TV, but for some reason I prefer to watch them on TV. Like, if some station is doing a marathon, I would like to watch it on TV just because it reminds me of like being a kid and it's all nostalgic and stuff. I should actually check after we get off here if there's any on TV, because if there is, I'll probably just watch whatever one's on.
Mm-hmm. I like never flip on my cable, so I have no idea.
I rarely do anymore, and if I do, it's fights. Whether it's Bellator, which has an event tonight, or the UFC, or El Rey Network.
Yeah, and I mean, I would if I had the L-ray. That would be kind of cool to check out. But yeah, for the fights, yeah, I'll definitely turn on, the TV for the purpose of watching fights and stuff like that. But and sports really. But I've kind of given up on winter sports right now because my Leafs are just complete balls right now. They decided that they're going to lose 11 straight, and at one point in the season they were 12 games over 500, and now they're like 5 games under. Can you believe that?
That's crazy. Like,
how does that even happen? So I've kind of given up on that. So like my TV really doesn't even turn on anymore, unless I'm watching pay-per-view fights and, shit like that. So I don't know, man. Friday the 13th, it seems very odd because I haven't seen a lot of, like usually on these type of days, Friday the 13th videos are everywhere and people are posting Friday the 13th stuff. It's been a little bit. I'm thinking that people are just not on their computers today, or just no one realizes it's Friday the 13th. Kind of sad. No one cares anymore.
Yeah, I seen some stuff today, but it
not like the last one. I remember last Friday the 13th. I don't exactly remember when it was, but I just remember like an abundance of Friday the 13th talk, and not so much today. But then again, we are also geeking out on Skype and just talking back and forth. So, we're planning our night because we're going on a date. So,
what did you do this week?
Oh man, this week was just ridiculous. So busy. We've got the Canada Winter Games in Prince George, my home city, hosting them, and it's a really, really big deal. So, and of course I work at an airport, so we did like 1 million charters yesterday, and just I was working on my day off. And just for free because I'm salaried, so I'm not even getting paid all day. I got off work at 4:30 in the morning on my regular schedule, went back to work at 3 and was there till 12. So, and yeah, I did it for free because, I just wanted to help out, but it was a ridiculous day. Like I'm actually sore and like really kind of worn out today. If people can, hear that in my voice, I'm just not as peppy as I usually am. I'm really sore. Like my back is killing me. But yeah, this week was just hectic, man. Just a lot of prep, leading up to it. And just, I kind of forgot about things. I almost forgot about what show we were doing this week, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
And just a lot of busy, like it wasn't a bad week. The weather has been really warm here. Like it's, of course we're hosting the Winter Games here, but it's been pissing rain in February. In where I live is really weird, but it's super warm, and so it was nice to work in. But I don't know, man. It's just been one of those weeks, but nothing bad though. I got nothing really to complain about. So, how about you?
Well, I actually been going through a bunch of stuff at work, dealing with inspection and stuff. So I tried to tune out when I would get home. I didn't really watch a whole lot of movies this week. But I have a big list of shit that we're going to talk about next week. By the way, that show will be another What We Watched for those of you who are interested. But this week, I actually popped in the Twin Peaks season 1. I have the gold box, the thing that was released on DVD. I know it recently got a Blu-ray edition, which you have. But yeah. I decided to finally give this show a shot. I've heard a lot of good things about it over the years, and I know that they're sequelizing the show or whatever soon. Yeah. So I decided, now's the time to probably start watching some of these. I believe I got 5 episodes in. I believe the pilot is an hour and a half long. It's like a goddamn movie. So that was kind of weird. But yeah, I watched, I believe 5 episodes. I'm not really sure what the hell's going on. Seems like there's just so much intertwined shit happening.
Yeah. You have to really start watching a bunch of episodes to start getting, it's a weird show.
Definitely.
Yeah.
But I was enjoying it from what I've seen. I really enjoyed the pilot because there was a really dramatic scene where the, for those of you who don't know, it's about a town called Twin Peaks who is dealing with a tragic murder of a young girl. And when her parents find out, I found that scene to be just, gut-wrenching. Mm-hmm. But I'm liking it so far.
It's great, man. It was just such a shame it wasn't on longer. There's a couple seasons and you just really want it to fucking go on for. It's just one of those shows that kind of grabs you and just pulls you in, and you just want to watch episode to episode. Well, it's one of those really odd TV shows, and there's just so much weirdness going on. It's a really different type show. It's very cool.
Yeah, and like you said, it just pulls you into its world. I mean, it really does a great job of like setting up a world to begin with. And I think we got a good representation of that, or like kind of like a contrast to that, because we have an outsider, this weird detective who's coming into this world, and we're kind of with him as the viewer of like, oh, like what's going on in this town. So I thought that was pretty cool, how we're following, his investigation and stuff, and we're kind of learning as he is.
Yeah. Oh, for some weird reason there, I was expecting a Texas Chainsaw Massacre coming right there.
Yeah.
I don't know what it was. It was just like that semi-pause. I was like, oh, no Jeremy for Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That sucks. I didn't really think of that. That's kind of funny. But yeah, I do believe that Jeremy does explain why he's not on the show again.
He does.
Because he officially quit the show, just to let people know out there. So no, I'm just joking. He's just busy. So unfortunately, which kind of sucks, because it's kind of, I think this show that we've actually had planned before is kind of plagued with problems. Like,
it is.
We lost this show. For the people out there that don't know, we lost, about the first half of this show that we were going to record, obviously this time last year. We had My Bloody Valentine and the remake planned, and I think we got roughly an hour and a half into the show or something and we lost the whole recording. So we ended up never even reviewing the movies.
Yeah.
And of course, so that's all lost in translation, and it really sucks, because we had this great Charles Band conversation, and then this year comes along and we're all ready to go, and then Jeremy can't make the show, and I'm like, wow, it's something about My Bloody Valentine and the remake, I guess, that just doesn't want to be discussed, and oddly enough, it is Friday the 13th, so who knows, by the end of the show, maybe something will happen.
Yeah, we'll lose the whole entire recording.
Yeah, exactly, right. So I don't know, I think that's kind of interesting, but
that was exactly about a year ago too,
almost to the day.
Yeah, doing the My Bloody Valentine original and remake. That was going to be our first remake versus original show, like we did with the Toolbox Murders. That was going to be the first one, but we just lost that show, and then I believe the week after we was going to re-record it, but then it didn't really make sense because it wasn't Valentine's Day anymore. So we just was like, let's just wait till next year.
It was totally one of those things where it was a show that we just couldn't re-record. It didn't make any sense. I just would have felt odd doing that show again, but such a shame though. It's such a shame, but whatever. We're getting to it this year. Kind of half-assed, I guess. Well, not half-assed, three-quartering it. I don't know how you want to put it, me and you. But yeah, I mean, I wish Jeremy all the best for what he's doing right now, because, he's got a busy schedule too, so we all can't make these, I guess. Well, I guess me and you can.
Yeah, I haven't missed one. I don't know about you.
You know what? I'm giving Jeremy too much credit, man. I'm just gonna call him out and say he's a pussy.
Yeah.
No, I'm just joking. No, I love the little bastard, but it sucks, man. I know what schedules and stuff. Like, I mean, it happened to me in the last couple of weeks. Like, certain things came up, and it's just unfortunate that we record in such a small time frame. We have 7 days, but we really only have 1 day and a small time frame.
Yeah.
And if we can't meet that, then we actually can't record. And it's actually truly amazing that we haven't missed more shows, to be honest.
Yeah. Not only are we all dealing with jobs in life? Jeremy's a student. I have a job. You have a job. You have a wife. I have a dog. You have 2 dogs. But anyway.
I have 3 dogs, a wife, and a business.
Yeah. So, I mean, we all have that stuff going on. But, on top of that, throw another wrench in our game plan. And we all live on different times.
Yeah, exactly. And that actually, sometimes it doesn't seem like it's the biggest deal, but then when you're talking about, times like 8, 9 at night, it's different. Mm-hmm. If it's 8 o'clock my time, it's 11 o'clock your time.
Yeah.
There's a big difference in time right there. So
one of the big things is that your work schedule is completely hectic, as is mine. So those two things almost make it impossible to even have a podcast, because I work, typically the weekends, and you have these weird schedules. You work night shift as well. So it's just a crazy complex, issue to try to get literally this is the only time that we have like in this week, because whether it's, you know, tomorrow, I either have something, you know, so we originally had our shows on Sundays and we had to move it because of your work change or whatever. But it's like when that happened, we picked a day, and this is literally the only day that we can even do it. There's usually only one day that we all...
Well, this was actually... But I think you also forget this was also created to be the time and the day too, because I think Jeremy doesn't necessarily have classes on Friday. I think that's what it is. Yeah. And I, by chance, I have Fridays off. So you actually had to rearrange your schedule to get Fridays off just so we could do this. Otherwise, there actually was no days.
Yeah.
Because the way my schedule is.
Mm-hmm.
And
I used to have Mondays and Tuesdays off until like this was the only day that like I was able to switch, because these guys, this was like the only day they could do it with Moodz' schedule changed. So I had to move my days, and it's just a clusterfuck, really.
I think Jeremy was just like, you know, since this show got fucked up last year, of course you guys have to go through it and do it. And it was literally like a last minute thing with him, he said too, right? Because he messaged us, I think, on Wednesday night or something, and said, hey guys, like... we have this meeting for this film, and like I have to be there for it. And I'm like, well, okay.
Yeah, and the thing was, I didn't even know if we was gonna do it early in the morning today or regular time until like last night or the night before or something.
I know. I didn't even really have time to even answer. Like I would literally was on my way out the door, and I'm like, I don't know. And work was just insane, and there was no way that I was going to be able to get up that early in the morning, because you got to remember I'm 3 hours behind you, right?
Yep.
So that's 9 for me, and I wasn't getting home till late, and I was like, oh god, I'll just be a fucking
zombie,
a piece of shit. Yeah, just no energy. Like I'm still exhausted. My body hurts.
Even that one episode, you could tell that you was off your game because you had stayed up all night. I forget what episode that was, but it was a few back.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I think I'd got off night shift and I just stayed up and recorded.
It was when we first transitioned to this schedule. It was originally more in the morning when we was.
Yeah. Actually, listening back to that episode was quite funny, actually, because it's just I can tell that I was totally just, you know, just out in La La Land for a lot of the conversations. But some of it actually turned out pretty good, though. I was like, but my brain wasn't functioning like it usually does. But the life of a podcaster, I guess, right? Yeah. So, anyways, we must have a little bit of news, right?
We do have some news, and I feel like since it's fitting, we should start with this. There was an interview done with Brad Fuller and Andrew Form of Platinum Dunes, and they were, you know, obviously Friday the 13th got pushed back. We talked about that, I believe, on the last show. But they kind of interviewed him about, you know, what's going on with it. You know, today's Friday the 13th, it's fitting. And basically, one of the questions that was asked was, you know, about Jason in general, and they answered with, there's always been this supernatural aspect to these movies. It defies logic that you see Jason get killed in every movie, including ours, the 2009 one, and then he comes back, and no one ever really investigated what that is. So something that's, I think about a little bit, it is supernatural, but what is he? Those are the things that we're toying with. Nothing has been decided, but those type of things, how does he always come back?
You know what? I don't know. Does it sound to you like it's almost overthinking it? A little bit? Like, I mean, if you start exploring that, I think you completely take in a different direction. I mean, we just kind of accept when another sequel when it came out in the original franchise that, you know, Jason comes back and it was always done in interesting ways, like a lightning bolt or, you know, whatever it was, right? And, but you just never really questioned it.
Well, see, the thing is, I actually did question it a little bit all the time.
I mean, I guess you do a little bit, but I mean,
we kind of
never
accepted
really dwelled
that
on
there was something there, like there was something supernatural, but we didn't really care what it was. We just accepted that it was there, and, you know, hey, it is what it is. He just comes back.
He did something. I always chalked it up to him loving his mummy so much that, you know, no matter how you killed him, and he'd always come back to avenge your death, and, you know, I don't know.
Well, the thing that I found interesting about what he said there was that they never investigated it. And I'm like, well, Friday the 13th Part 9 was pretty much exactly that. It investigated the mythos. It, talked about why he came back, why he was such an unstoppable force. It literally explained it.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, totally.
I mean, there is that. And it might not have been a bad idea either, because, I've always defended Friday 9. I know a lot of people don't like it and stuff. And for obvious reasons, like the body jumping thing, it's not really Jason most of the time, even though it is. It's still more Jason than Friday 5 is, but it's not. We don't see his physical presence.
Yeah.
But the idea is there on like a Voorhees can only kill a Voorhees, and the through a Voorhees be reborn or whatever. Like all of that stuff, I thought was pretty solid. So. Maybe
but
what
the
they're
problem
doing
with that, like I always thought watching that film, because I like that premise too, like a Voorhees can only kill a Voorhees, but at the same time, where does that come from? Why can a Voorhees only kill a Voorhees? I mean, I understand that they explain that, and you're like, okay, yeah, the child or a Voorhees can only kill, a family member, and it's like, well, okay. But I mean, the thing is, there's questions for everything.
Yeah. Definitely, but I mean, I think that was like the basic way of kind of explaining it, almost the Thorn in Halloween.
Yeah.
So I think maybe what they're thinking about doing is trying something similar to that, like investigating the backstory of Jason and why he's such an unstoppable force. Could be bad, could be good, but to me, at least it sounds like they're at least brainstorming instead of just making another Friday the 13th. Like the remake was just another Friday the 13th. They didn't really add anything to it or really detract. So I mean, I like it for what it is, but I almost kind of want to see this one to try to do a little different, but keep it the same. They actually end up going on to talk about David Bruckner, who is the guy that's behind this film. He did the segment in VHS with the first segment, the first VHS film, the first segment with the succubus, which I loved. But he said you can talk to him being David Bruckner, about a scene that's happening on page 18, and they can tell you what the ramifications are on page 82. The way he spoke about the movie was brilliant. His segment in VHS was so scary and unsettling and felt very real. So often you see characters do things and you just roll your eyes and say, how could they be so stupid? And in that movie, I didn't feel that one bit. The dread is a very hard thing, a very hard emotion to convey on film, and he did it so well. That spoke volume to us. Bruckner got Fuller thinking about Jason's unquestioned ability to die and reanimate in each Friday the 13th film. What he sees now as the franchise's unique attribute in film history, people traditionally want to understand exactly how and why things happen. And yet something so odd happens at the end of these movies and no one seems to question it. Some people come to the movie with the expectation that the real villain will be killed and come back. And yet we never toyed with that notion. If someone noticed, could Friday the 13th earn its Dr. Loomis, the Halloween series, in the Now Psychologist? Fuller approves of the comparison. Those are the things that we're asking ourselves, and we'll see what comes of it.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
So, what this kind of reminds me of a little bit is Adam Green's Hatchet. And by the second film, we kind of learn a little bit of the history of Victor Crowley in terms that he's a repeater. Like, he will return, even if he's killed, he will return every night like he always does, because he's stuck in like a loop. That kind of almost sounds like what they're doing here, but I like the idea that, like, they say nobody notices that he just keeps coming back. What if somebody did notice? I think they mean that as in a character. Like, what if somebody did notice that Jason, like, everybody's kind of blinded to the fact that Jason is, this unstoppable force, except for maybe a certain character. And then they mention, like, their own Dr. Loomis, which I believe is essentially Tommy Jarvis. I think that he was kind of the Friday the 13th's Dr. Loomis.
We discussed, Tommy Jarvis' character many times, and I feel that he's the exception. I feel maybe it's overlooked a little bit, but I always felt that Tommy Jarvis kind of has noticed that Jason's back, right? Because he's in multiple movies. How could he not, right?
Yeah, he's the one that's telling everybody, like, look, I'm telling you, Jason's back. And everybody's like, Jason's dead, dude. Let it go.
Yeah, so, I mean, essentially it's been done. You know, like, there is a character that is, you know, aware of the situation. You know, it's very self-aware, and he's just like, dude, he's fucking back. Mm-hmm. You know, this happened, you know, a couple times, as a matter of fact. And, you know, of course everyone's playing stupid, like, no, he's fucking dead, you know, he can't come back kind of thing. But, I mean, it's been, you know, it's there. It's definitely been, you know, focused on.
To me, it sounds like they are more in the sequel territory, which is, like, a good thing to me, because they're talking about Jason and the history of Jason. And if I'm going to take away one thing from this article, I'm going to take away that Bruckner at least seems to be really interested in who Jason is as a character and the history of Jason. So that's good that he's so invested in kind of the quality of the film.
I mean, that's not really a bad approach. I mean, at least it's honest.
It's something different, or at least if it might not be different because we've kind of seen it done a few times, but at least it's something that's not just another Friday the 13th, which I would be okay with. But if we're gonna delay it, we might as well delay it for some interesting reasons. And the final thing in the article, which, you know, I'm happy that they at least have their head in this area too. Brad Fuller stressed to the magazine that was doing the interview that he has a desire to keep core values intact. It will involve Jason Voorhees. It will involve kids having sex and smoking weed, and they will be at camp.
Awesome. All the essentials for a great movie.
Yeah.
But he did not stress on naked boobies, though. That's actually very disappointing. Because if that was me, I would definitely stress that, because, that makes eyeballs get big. Like, oh yeah, boobs. It's like we've never seen them before, right? Mm-hmm. Really? Boobs? They're going to bring back that Voorhees chick. But she'd be all old and shit now, though. So, but.
Yeah, who knows? Yeah, so, I mean, that kind of wraps it up on that article. I thought it was pretty interesting that came out on Friday the 13th. So yeah, I mean, I'm hopeful.
Well, it's not by coincidence. Let me tell you that.
Oh, obviously. But, I thought, it's cool that they're playing to the history and the, novelty of it all.
I would usually make my joke that, like, do this history story and take it to a boat. But they tried that once in Friday the 13th, and, the boat wasn't really overly the best movie. I think the boat scenes probably are the best part of the film, but that's just my joke. I always say take everything to a boat because
but when you say it, you sound really Canadian because it sounds like you're saying a boot.
Boat, a boot and boat. How is that even remotely close?
Oh, the listeners will hear it. They will hear it in the tone. Trust me.
I'm saying boat.
No, it's because you're saying a boat.
Oh God, there you go. It's two separate words. I'm not saying a boot.
I know.
Boat.
It's funny. It's funny.
That is actually kind of funny. That's a good pickup. But yeah, but you know what I'm saying though. But
yeah.
Anyways.
No, I can't wait till the day where we actually talk about all these films. It's going to be really fun. We'll just kind of leave it at that for now. But Friday 8, like, there's just so much fun stuff to talk about, the different films in the series. But after that, we have a kind of an acquisition. This is The Quiet Hour. Vision Films has picked up the worldwide sales rights for this sci-fi thriller. I guess it takes place in post-apocalyptic England, where a determined teenage girl must protect her younger brother and defend her parents' farm in a world occupied by alien invaders. So that is a new film that is going to be picked up by Vision, I guess.
The setting is in a post-apocalyptic world?
A post-apocalyptic England world.
England world with aliens. Wow. Okay. So they're getting extreme. That's pretty cool.
Yep. After that, we have another acquisition. This is Artsploitation Films. Are you familiar with this company at all?
Yeah, I have a few films. I really highly recommend, like, Hidden in the Woods is a great film. Memory of the Dead I reviewed actually on Body Bags one time, which is a really interesting one. They're an interesting company because what they do is they release films like just from all different types of countries around the world, like kind of obscure type indie films and stuff. Mm-hmm. Really interesting though, because I like the way they do their spines. It actually tells you what country it's from, and they really do focus on random countries. It's pretty interesting. There's another one called Toad Road.
That one got a lot of good reviews.
Yeah, that one doesn't. I mean, they don't release like a lot of horror film. They release all types of genres, but those are the three notable ones for me. But I actually don't have Toad Road. That's the one that I don't have. So,
well, there is a new notable one, and that is Cub. This film was a film that premiered at the Midnight Madness section of the 2014 Toronto International Film Festival, and has went on to go to all the other festivals like Fantastic Fest. And it actually picked up, quite a bit of awards for Best Director. I believe it had another, award for Best Film. And I remember hearing a few reviews for it at the end of last year. It is about the story follows a introverted 12-year-old boy as he and his Cub Scout troop embark on a weekend camping trip into the woods. But a evil psychopath aided by his feral young protege wreak bloody havoc on the boys and their troop leaders. I seen some pictures to this one, some like stills. I've been kind of following this one for a few months now after I seen it getting so much kind of positive reaction. And it just looks cool. Like the poster looks cool. The like this feral young boy with like a stump on his head looks like really cool. It's like a tree bark or something, like a tree bark mask. It just looks really cool. So I'm looking forward to that one. They plan a theatrical release in the summer of 2015, obviously limited, with a DVD and VOD release later in the fall.
So where's it from?
I actually don't even know where it's from.
Because I'm assuming it's foreign, because pretty much everything, like I said, is from random countries. Like, Hidden in the Woods I talked about was from Chile, and I don't know, I can't remember where Toad Road is from, and I think Memory of the Dead is from some odd country too. I can't remember, but that sounds awesome. It's weird. It sounds familiar.
You've probably seen it around. I mean, it has like I said, it has a really cool poster, and the mask is dope. It's really original.
I definitely have seen this because that was ringing bells. Like just everything you were saying, I was like, okay, that sounds very, very familiar.
And it's from Belgium, by the way.
From Belgium. See, that's what I'm talking about. Like they're releasing stuff from all over the place, and it's really cool. That's cool. Like, it seems like Toronto Film Festival, like they always kind of not exploit these films, but they always, get these films out there. They always accept them into the festival, and they always seem to do well. Mm-hmm. I love that festival's great, man.
I love festivals in general. Films. Like that's kind of my one goal within the next, couple years is to hit up one of these festivals, because it's the time where you just see everything that's going to come out next year, because, the festival circuit lasts so long, and then you normally don't see it, hitting DVD and Blu-ray and VOD until the following year. So normally it's like everything that hits the festivals in like 2014 you don't see until late 2014 or early 2015, and it drives me crazy. One of these years I actually want to see all the films that come out during the year.
Well, you're so close to Toronto, man. Like, I mean, that's such a great film festival. Just head up there, get your passport, and head up there.
Yeah,
you're a ton closer than I am. It's only you're like literally like 4 hours away, 3 hours away. So driving, it's really close. I mean, if I'd go up there. I mean, I know people that have actually, I remember when, what film was playing? I can't even remember, but they couldn't get into it. They were trying to get into this film, and it was like so busy. Mm-hmm. Like that festival is nuts. Like you really have to plan ahead to get into some of the films that are playing there.
Maybe one day we can have our press badges and actually be press and go in.
That would be so cool.
That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, so after that we have, this was kind of funny because like I seen sites posting this one morning, and it was like, it was a poster, and it was like the sales art for Martyrs, and it said something along the lines of the ultimate horror movie, and it was just a sales art like the Texas Chainsaw Massacre thing we seen. And then like 3 hours later, I believe it was Bloody Disgusting, somebody broke that, oh yeah, that sales art Oh yeah, that's not just sales art. The film's actually done. Like, the film is completed, and nobody knew about it. Everybody just thought it was like some sales art. So yeah, Martyrs, the remake, it's produced by Blumhouse, you know, Jason Blum's company, responsible for like Insidious and, you know, tons of films. They made a Martyrs remake. I mean, the ultimate horror movie is such a ballsy statement. You know, I have not seen the original Martyrs.
They're referring to, really? They're calling the remake the ultimate horror film?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I don't know, man. It's a weird choice. It's a weird film to remake, that's for sure. Because the Martyrs was such a huge... It had such a major effect on a lot of people. Like, even if you didn't like the film, you remembered it. You know, it was one of those ones you're like, fuck, man. It's a hard watch at times, and yeah, I got to say though, man, I'm a little curious on see what they're gonna do with the remake, because, I mean, they can't dumb it down. I mean, really,
I think that's everybody's fear.
I think it is, because, like, I mean, the original film is, I will admit it, it's a tough to watch. It's tedious, man, because it really gripes on you. You know, you're just like, oh god. And I don't want to give anything away because I know you haven't seen it, but I just don't understand remaking that movie at all. I don't understand. I mean, I understand why it's being remade, because it's a French film. It's actually Canadian, France collabo. It's half Canadian, and but you know, from the subtitles,
you know,
the content is hard to do, man. It just doesn't. I don't think it works the second time unless they completely do it differently. I don't know.
The thing is, I saw a point to remake this 4 years ago. Like, this thing has been talked about being remade forever, and it's like, I think you waited too long. I don't think it has the pop that it would have if, like, it would have been like a next year type thing, like where you see what, like, Let the Right One In or something like that, where it's like they take this hugely popular foreign film that is popular with hardcores, and then they remake it for a larger American audience. Like, that's what they do when they take these foreign films and remake them into English with English actors and stuff like that. It's to widen, you know, it's to tap into the audience that wouldn't have been hardcore enough to see it otherwise. The problem is that I just don't see the point anymore, because it's been too long. Obviously, the point, I don't see it going with that point, the point where it's like, let's make it for this other audience that wasn't hardcore enough to see the original, and then we'll get some of the hardcores in too, because it's still fresh in their mind. This one, I don't know, man. It's just like a weird choice, especially for Blumhouse. Well,
maybe it's also because, you know, maybe a lot of people have forgot about it now, you know, and they're just like, you know, and a lot of people don't even know about it. So, like, this Martyrs film comes out and like, oh, check out this new horror film. But we know that it's definitely, you know, older and remake. I don't know. I just, this seems like a very odd choice to me to remake. You know, like, obviously your reasons are very valid too, but I just think it's just laziness. Just watch the original.
I'm not even going to get into that argument again, but I disagree with it being pure laziness. I do. You know, a little other info that we got from it was that the directors are the Goetz brothers. I don't know who they are, but they did 2013's film Scenic Route. So they're directing. The Goetz brothers, who did Scenic Route in 2013. Have you seen that film?
I don't think I have, actually, to be honest. It sounds familiar, but I might be thinking Route 66 too, but Route 666, I mean. No, I don't know. I don't think I've seen it, actually, but I think I know what it is, though. So,
yeah, you know, it's one of those things. It's just like, it came out of nowhere. I always find it weird when in like today's time where we don't even know a film's made. Like, it's just crazy now. Like, that used to happen all the time when I was a kid. Next up, we have a official kind of word on the Halloween film. So apparently we have some directors attached, and they're the same duo that created the Saw films. I believe 4, 5, and 6, or I think it was like 4, 5, and 6, maybe 7 also. They wrote those films. And they also wrote the Feast trilogy, I believe, and a couple other things. Piranha 3 Double D. They are attached to write the new Halloween film. They also wrote The Collector and the Collection. Forgot about that one. This is for, of course, Dimension Films. And yeah,
it's quite a mixed bag there.
Yeah, it really is, because they've shown that they can do like really clever stuff, like in Feast. The first Feast film is really clever. Then they show that they can do like really not so clever stuff with Feast 2, 3, and
although you have to admit, in Feast 2, the baby part had me fucking rolling. I was dying
but it's
laughing.
not clever. It's
no, it's not, but it's funny.
It's fun and funny. Yeah, I like the Feast films, but so I mean, like, not only did they come out and say that these guys are our writers, but then they said it's not a remake, it's not a reboot, and it's not a reimagining. It's a recalibration.
You know what? These guys need to go re-fuck themselves.
No, I believe this was Dimension who came out.
This is ridiculous, man. Now it's got everybody just shaking their head going, stop with the re-words.
Well, I
recalibration? Recalibration just means, you know, it's a bad pun, but like they're just reloading on this film is what they're doing. I mean, if you're not going to call it a remake or a reboot or a sequel, what the fuck is it?
Well, they never specifically say it's not a sequel, though.
But, okay, but, you know, I'm pretty sure, well, didn't they say before that they weren't going to continue along the storyline from, you know, the Rob Zombie films?
Well, I'll get to that in a second, but,
so if that is a statement and that's a fact, then it's not a sequel. And if it's not
that's not true. That's not true. It could still be a sequel without following Rob Zombie's films.
Well, no, completely. Well, I mean, not a sequel in, you know, that has anything to do with that. I mean, basically, we still consider Halloween 3 Season of the Witch to be a sequel in the Halloween franchise.
You know what? That's
but
it's not recalibration. That's what that is. That's a perfect definition. That's recalibration.
Dude, I already wrote this down in the comment section. I said the same thing. I said my definition of recalibration is them doing exactly what they did from the original franchise with Season of the Witch. They're going to just make a whole different Halloween story. You know, they're just going to.
The problem is they're not going to do that, right? We know they're not going to do that. They're going to do a Michael Myers story. So
no. I'm just saying. They're going to use I even said they're going to use Michael Myers in the story, but they're just going to do a totally different thing. He's not after Laurie. He's not after any. It's going to be a fucking different story. They're going to create a whole new Michael story. Say maybe he's a bank teller. I don't know. I'm using examples that are ridiculous because the whole idea of recalibration is ridiculous. I think that they're going to create a new story, you know, using the Michael character. That's it.
Well, yeah, that's probably what they're going to do. But that's like Chainsaw 4 or, you know, like to me, it's just that's what those are. Those are just sequels that are not directly connected.
Well, back in those days, they didn't have fancy words like recalibration. Yeah, you know, Hunter's going, well, I know what that means. Like, it means different things to different people. It means, you know, different things to different people. It's like, fuck, man.
When the remake word came out, right? Remake was, you know, obviously used before, you know, with John Carpenter's The Thing and The Fly and all that shit. And then remake was used for other things. And then people were kind of ashamed to use the word remake, so they started saying, well, it's not really a remake, it's more of a reboot.
Because they over-remade films.
It's more of a reboot. So then everybody starts saying, no, it's not a remake, it's a reboot. And then people start getting afraid of that word too, so they say it's a reimagining. We're taking some elements of the film and we're reimagining it. To me, it's all the fucking same. It's always been the same. That's why I hate when Jeremy says, well, it's not a remake, it's more of a reboot. It's all the fucking same. You're taking a story and
to be honest, reimagining is the worst. Because reimagining, the way I see that word, is that you're taking the basic elements of a story, and you're taking those elements that make up the story and putting it into a brand new setting and and creating a whole new story out of it. That's reimagining something based off these characters.
Well, see, I think
reboot and remake to me are the same fucking thing.
No. What I'm saying is they're all the same, but technically they could have their own each own definition. But the problem is they all mean the same thing in Hollywood. And to me, a remake would be like a Psycho film, like the Psycho film. A reboot would be more of like the Friday the 13th film, where it's kind of like you take the idea and you just do it again, but it's kind of
a reimagining. I think of reimagining as Mother's Day. You have the original film, a reimagining of, they take that name, reimagine it. They just take, the general
Day,
premise,
and
they
My Bloody Valentine remake. It's there's plenty of them.
Well, I wouldn't go as far to say My Bloody Valentine remake, but Mother's Day the remake is completely, or not the remake, the reimagination. It's like a totally different movie.
Well,
theoretically, it's a different fucking movie.
I
with
haven't
the same
seen
name.
the original Mother's Day. It's like John Carpenter's The Thing.
God damn it! I can't even have these arguments if you haven't seen the fucking movies. But it's a great example because the original movie is completely different.
The Thing is kind of like that too, right?
What's that?
A reimagining
of The Thing. Oh, that's a great example. Yeah, so obviously these words we could actually make them have unique meanings and apply to certain films, but the problem is that that's not what's typically happening. They attach these words to films that don't fit that category. So what a remake is the same thing as a reboot, is the same thing as a reimagining, is the same thing as a recalibration. It's you take a story that exists already and you redo it. That is what it is. And that's why I'm not gonna, remake, reboot, reimagination, recalibration. Next, they're going to take this motherfucking to the streets, and it's going to start re-upping things. That's the next word in line.
Yeah,
it's going to be
there's plenty of other ones. You said an earlier.
We're saying re-upping.
You said one earlier too. Reloading, like that'll be there next. Like it's ridiculous because you never heard reboot. It was always remake, and then reboot came along because it's like, well, we're not remaking it, we're rebooting it. It's like it's rebooting the franchise. But the fucking another problem with the reboot word is that it never fucking works. You reboot it, you remake it to restart the franchise, and then you end it. It never works. It never restarts the franchise. It never does, and it pisses me off because they keep calling it a reboot because they don't want to say remake. And that is kind of their idea, I guess, to,
Why don't they just get
make
over themselves and make a fucking sequel? But just make a sequel to...
The problem with that is that, I'm not gonna lie, dude, Leprechaun 2 is not a sequel. Leprechaun 3 is not a sequel. It's a name-only sequel. So I don't really care about the technicality of like, oh, does it have a number next to it? I just don't like the idea of re-fucking telling the same story over and over again because it gets annoying. Just tell a different story. It doesn't have to be a direct sequel. I prefer that it is, but just don't give me another fucking Friday the 13th origin story. Mm-hmm. Or another Michael Myers origins. If they fucking do another Michael Myers origin story, I'm gonna kill myself.
Yeah, it just really depends, with the Leprechaun, yeah, they're basically taking that same character, Leprechaun, and just kind of putting him in a new setting and just creating like new mythologies, and yeah, it's kind of reinventing the story with every sequel, quote unquote,
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
that's kind of what they're doing. I mean, in that, in that case, I'm totally cool with that. I mean, this is how I feel. It's kind of like recalibration. That's kind of applies to what I was saying before. I think with part 3, they don't have to remake, just forget about Season of the Witch. But recalibration are just going to take those elements and just do what they did with Leprechaun. Just start creating new things. Like, why not? Just
cut out the origin story.
Pen to paper and just create. Put your fucking mind to it. You can do something.
I'm fine with that too. I do like continuity, but if you're going to just tell another story to kind of disconnect what you did previously in, like, for example, like Rob Zombie's films, like, say you don't want to follow up a sequel to that because they were so unique, right? They really had Rob Zombie's stamp on them. So it's kind of hard to actually even, make a sequel to that when you don't have Rob Zombie. So the idea is like, well, we can't really make a sequel. Let's just make another Halloween film. We'll have Michael Myers. We'll have, him in this Haddonfield. There's a bunch of new people or whatever. Maybe it's somebody's relative like how they did originally in the films. Okay, but then let's continue from that. Let's continue from whatever story you establish next. Let's stop hopping around and creating new, like, storylines and timelines. It annoys me. And I'm cool if they, like, for example, the Friday the 13th remake, if you would cut off that beginning origins part of it, the Jason's mom and shit, it would just be another sequel. It would just be another Friday the 13th film.
Of course, yeah. The first 25 minutes, oddly enough, is the best part of the movie, though.
It is. But I'm saying
weird.
if you even cut out the shorter length of time where it's Jason, Jason's mom,
yeah,
and we see her get beheaded and stuff. If you cut that out and you cut him finding his mask out,
completely,
it's a sequel.
Completely, it is.
Yeah,
I totally agree with that.
So that's almost one where it was completely pointless to remake because it's like you just did the same fucking thing that they've always done, except for you retold the origin story, but you didn't even change it. It was exactly the same.
Yeah. I know. This whole thing, I know this is going to get talked to death, and everyone has their own opinions on it, but it's like I am curious to see what they actually come out with.
I am
if
too.
it actually does materialize. If it does materialize, because it just there's people are getting attached to this, but it's like, holy fuck, man.
Well, nobody's actually been attached except for these Saw guys. But if you remember before,
I just said they're starting to attach people to this.
Yeah. But
right.
If you remember before, though, there was a lot of people attached to it. Patrick Lussier, who we'll be talking about later, and Todd Farmer, who did My Bloody Valentine remake, were attached to this film. They had a script. The script has been online. It was going to be a combination of a sequel to Rob Zombie's film, but taking it back to the roots of the original film. So those guys are no longer involved. It's also, they Bloody Disgusting went and, got some exclusive report here that said Halloween is not a remake and it won't follow the 2007 remake or its sequel. Also confirmed that it will not be in 3D and it will not be Patrick Lussier and Todd Farmer who were originally developing. So we just got a whole lot of things that it's not.
But we can confirm that Tom Atkins is in the film. And no, I'm just joking.
It should be. It should be. It's awesome. But yeah, I'm always going to be interested if you tell me a Halloween or Friday the 13th film is being made. I'm a little less interested now. And it just saddens me that I'm almost fearing that day where we have a new Elm Street in production, because I know that it's never going to be able to recapture what it once did. But at the same time, I'm just wishing there was some way to make it possible, because I don't think I could go the rest of my life without another Freddy film. But I know that it's never going to be right. So it's like I'm pretty much forced to.
Yeah, I mean, that's one franchise that I would just love to see them just forget about that awful, awful remake. I mean, I legitimately hate that film. I've told the story many times about me and my buddy Dylan that went to see it in the theater, and I'm like, what'd you think of it? And he's like, I liked it. I'm like, oh my God, I fucking hated it so much. We got in this crazy fucking conversation about it. But anyways, just forget about it. For me, it being my favorite franchise, just forget about that shit and just kind of, I'm cool with them just starting over.
Like recasting Freddy and everything.
Just
remake.
I mean, not even like another. I don't know. I don't really know. Like, I don't want to see a sequel to that one.
I think you could do a sequel to that, though, man. You just
maybe
everything. You just don't have to retell the origin, and then you just set it in like fucking part 3 territory where it's in a.
No, I don't want to. I don't
want Street Kids. I like that idea.
I don't want to see like a full on remake, but I'm just like. I think what I was getting at is more recasting.
Yeah, I don't want to see Jackie Earle Haley again. Let's try somebody else. Let's get
I also don't want to see
Robert Englund impersonator to do it.
Since they kind of like the remake was, very, very similar to the original film. There was a lot of elements there that were very similar, but I don't want to see them,
similar.
Yeah, and I know. And I don't want to see them like remake part 2 of the original franchise. I mean, I know you like that film. I feel it doesn't. I feel it doesn't work. But I mean, that's just my opinions. I mean, I don't hate the film by any means, but I find it such an odd and awkward sequel. It's very, very awkward for me. It's weird. And it's also because it's like sandwiched in between the two best in the franchise. And it's like, it's so fucking weird to me.
Listen, the problem with that fucking Elm Street remake, like story-wise, there's a bunch of problems, but story-wise, they took the same fucking story and they retold it and changed a few things. If they would, for example, like do a sequel and they would set it in like a part 3 era where it's like, this is the last of Elm Street kids and they're in a mental hospital. That's all you need. Write new characters, write a new story to that, but just set it there. Like, I would be cool with that. But when you start like redoing actual scenes, like Freddy coming out of the fucking well and stuff, that's when you set yourself up for failure, because it's not going to be as good. It's just not.
I know that scene's been talked about to death too, about how bad it looks in the remake compared to the original. And the original was, that scene was done for $4.
Yeah.
They put all this money into this remake, and it actually does. I'm not just saying it because I can't stand the movie. It actually doesn't look very good.
It's completely
I would give props where props are due. Like, if it looked good, I'd be like, well, that was cool. That was actually a really well done scene, but it doesn't look good.
Mm.
It's a fucking shitty film. And, I don't know, man. I would like to see them they can do a sequel, just recast and just, do whatever. But, I'm actually quite surprised that we've had no news about anything Nightmare on Elm Street related.
It's just so hard to do, because they already know that they're not going to use Jackie Earle Haley again, and they know that that's one of the most important parts is Freddy, and they just don't know what to do with it.
I know, it just wasn't good. I mean, yeah, it's kind of it's a touchy subject with me, because it's my favorite franchise, and
you want to see it live on, but at the same time, you know that it's not going to be able to live on the way you
precisely. So it's like precisely,
it just drives you insane. It's like this mental dilemma where you're like, well, I want another one. I want to see it live on. I want to see it, be there for new people to discover it through this way. It's the same way I want Jason on the screen again. I want to see that world again. I want to see these cool dream sequences again. I want to see like the scariness again. But at the same time, I know that they're not going to be able to do it without Robert Englund, and we know that he's not coming back.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, what the hell do you do?
Yeah, exactly. Well, I guess the only thing to do now is just make a Ghoulies 5. It's really the only thing to do. Just kind of off topic, but just, continue a franchise.
We were already off topic with the Elm Street talk anyway.
Exactly.
So after that, we have some Ash versus Evil Dead news. We have some casting. I don't know the name of the people they casted. Dana DiLorenzo and like Ray Santiago. Anyway, Santiago will play Pablo, an idealistic immigrant who becomes Ash's loyal sidekick. And then we have, I guess, Pablo believes in Ash's heroism, even if Ash doesn't himself. Then we have the female. I believe she's going to be like another sidekick or something. She's going to be like, she's like the chick character, basically.
She's the boobs?
Yeah, pretty much. So it looks like we won't be having a solo thing. It's going to be a multiple casting, like team. It's like a team. Like they're his sidekicks, basically. I have a feeling that this one is going to be really silly, dude. I'm starting to get that Army of Darkness vibe with this, which is exactly what I don't want.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll wait for it to come out before I start judging this. I don't really know. Like, I hear these, and read these things, and I'm just like, I don't know what to think half the time, man. I really don't. So
yeah,
I mean, I've read things before. I've read things before, and I'm like, God, that sounds like shit. And then I, watched it, and I'm like, what the fuck? That's actually pretty good.
Yeah,
and then vice versa, right? And it's like, wow, that really, sounds fucking awesome. And then you're like, oh, wow, that's not what I read.
That's my problem with the Evil Dead series in general, though, is that, it's just not what it was. Like, it's not a scary movie anymore. Like, it's just, and I feel like that's the direction they're going. It's going to be like a half-hour, like, horror comedy on Stars. That's why, like, I know you guys, like, don't love it, but to me, the reboot, or whatever the fuck they want to call it, like, it was hardcore.
Re-calibration?
It was hardcore, and that's what I loved so much about it, was it was non-apologetic, and it was just horror. It was horror, and that's what I liked about it.
There was a lot of elements of that film I loved. I really enjoyed the fact that they made that movie, practical effects and bloody as fuck, but there's certain things in a film that I can't get by, and the fact that I hated everybody in the movie.
Yeah.
Like, I have a hard time respecting and enjoying a film when I can't, like, you almost want to root for somebody. There's always that part of you, you're like, man, I want that person, and it kind of gets you into it a little more. Honestly, dude, I could care less if, if anyone fucking died. I'm just like, it was driving me nuts too while I was watching that movie.
I don't need good characters. Like,
I do.
To me, they weren't bad characters. That's the problem. Like, they were like Friday the 13th like.
Well, I disagree though, man. Like even like the lead, the girl, like she's not she's not bad per se just because she has a drug problem and stuff, but but I just didn't find her enjoyable. Like I mean, at least try to express that, like okay, this person has some fucking issues. And those type of people, and the way society is, you kind of look down on people like that. A lot of people do. It's normal. I mean, I generally don't because I've had friends with those same type of problems. So, I talking from experience, you learn to deal with that type of things. But on a general basis, you hear about someone, you're like, oh, that person's got a drug problem. Like, oh, loser, piece of shit, kind of thing. But, I understand where people are coming from. But at the same time, it's like, man, just make her kind of likable.
Well, I don't.
Just give her some type of dialogue where you really want to root for her a little bit.
I don't know. I don't know, man. I see where you're coming from at the same time, but like I don't even like the characters in Evil Dead 1. None of them are likable to me. Even Bruce Campbell, he wasn't Ash yet. He was just a random guy.
Oh, but I don't know, man. I liked him. I thought he was actually quite funny. I prefer, to be honest, and I know it's probably not a popular opinion, but I mean I love the original Evil Dead over the second one. Because I like the more, because the original first one, the first film is meant to be a legitimate horror film. It comes across campy now and over time and stuff just because of the Bruce Campbell character of Ash and, especially from the second one, you see that and you go back and you're like, okay, you kind of see the campiness, but the original film was meant to be a legit horror film. And it, it's, at times it actually is kind of terrifying. Like it's got just fantastic.
No, it's a scary movie, dude.
But then the second one kind of takes it to a different level. And, I find it very curious that, that a lot of people prefer the second one over the first one.
It's just funner. That's what it is. It's more, it's easier to rewatch. It's like, I would rather watch the original or the sequel, but I do like the original one more.
Not me, man. When I think of Evil Dead, it's funny. Like, I know this is very unpopular, but I barely ever watch it, to be honest. Like, I prefer the first one so much more over the second one.
I think the first one's a way better film, but I have more fun with the second one.
Yeah, not me, man. I don't know. It's weird, but I know it's unpopular, and it seems like
the first one's really slow. Like it's a really good film the first time you watch it, but I feel like on rewatch it's just too slow.
Oh man, see, I love slow burn films. So,
me too. The first time I watch them.
Perfect example just of recently is The Devil's Business. Like that movie is slow, but it's fucking good. I love watching them. But anyways, we're getting off topic again. But
yeah. After that, we have Housebound. I guess this is going to be remade by the New Line Cinema is remaking this.
Is remaking what?
Housebound.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, that's news to me. No. Okay, I don't get it.
Well,
okay,
see,
explain this to me. Now, this is throwing my fucking theory out the window. Now, I always blame it on people being lazy because I have no problem watching subtitled movies at 7 a.m. when I get home from work.
Yeah, but I
have no fucking problem. But I always use it as an excuse. I'm just to say something about someone that will not watch anything subtitled. I'm just like, you're fucking lazy. You're probably not. It's a little more derogatory than, I'm not trying to be that derogatory. But what the fuck is the point of this? This movie is brand new. It's in English. The comedy is completely different. Being a Kiwi film. How is this going to translate?
That's something that I don't really understand because I feel like this film only works because of the setting for one and just the tone of comedy that is obviously different from American comedy.
It feels exactly like a lot of films that come from that era, from that area. You cannot sit here and tell me that movie does not have that type of Peter Jackson feel. It completely
and it does. And
that's why it works.
The story isn't that good. Like, so if you're just gonna base it on remake it because it has a good story, it's no, because that's not what's good about the film. It's
execution in the basic. I think the main reason why that movie works so well is because it does have a very simple story, but it's execution and it has all these twists and turns, but it is the characters within the story that sell this movie more than anything. The mom, the daughter, the fucking security guy. these characters are great, and it's filled with twists and turns, and it's like, and it's that really underworld comedy. I don't know. I mean, you know, it's hard to relate to anything, you know, over there, but at the same time, we get it, you know, but it doesn't translate over here though, you know.
See, okay, there's one thing I kind of want to touch on really quick before we move off this topic. And so normally when one of these kind of remakes happens, when it's just like a film that is like fairly new and it really just seems pointless to remake, something like Let the Right One In, even lesser in this case because it's in English. Mm-hmm. We always say like, God damn you, Hollywood, you know, taking another one and, you know, turning it into shit. But I find it mostly interesting that a lot of times they actually have the original creator involved in some way, and this guy's producing. So stop blaming Hollywood. I don't fault the guy for wanting to make money. I don't.
All about money.
I would do it too.
It's all about money.
But all of you people out there who say like, you know, like you know, stand for more than money. This is the guy who's responsible for it being remade. Okay, so blame him if you want to blame somebody, but I don't blame him because shit, it's money. I don't see anything wrong with somebody bettering their life for money.
He didn't pitch this movie to Hollywood and say, "Hey,
how do you
guys,
know?"
Well, come on, who the fuck does that?
He might have. It's happened before.
Hey guys, let's you know, I'm pitching this to you guys so you can remake it for the American audience. I mean, yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't. I mean, I can't say it's not a fact, but I mean, come on. I'm sure this doesn't happen every day. I think a lot of American studios are just like, well, that's really big over there. We can totally translate that, you know, sell to our audience. So I think they are taking upon themselves a lot of the time to remake these films.
But no. The problem is he's producing. Okay, so he is involved. He's putting money into the project as well. Mm-hmm. So he's not executive producing, I don't believe. I think he's producing it and handing the reins over to another director. So I believe that you do have to place blame. If you're going to blame, which I'm not, because I don't see a problem with it.
There's obviously a paycheck in it for him, though. There's a paycheck somewhere, and that's what he's selling.
Once the film makes money. But what I'm saying,
he's also selling. I mean, if this guy owns, you know, pretty much, if he owns this film, he's selling something there. He's selling the story. He's selling whatever the name.
He's selling the rights.
He's selling the rights, exactly. So he's collecting a paycheck regardless of what his title is, whatever his phony title is. I mean, these are all fucking. These are all fucking credits, man. We all know how it works, man. It's bullshit.
Okay, but you know, obviously, if he's handing the reins over to somebody else and, you know, searching for a writer to adapt the movie, then he is letting go creatively. Like, so if you, like I said, I'm not gonna place blame because I don't care. I think it's great. I would do the same thing. I would take the money because that's what you do. That's your career. But if the people do want to place the blame, dude, it's partially on him. If it maybe not fully, but it is partially on him because he is letting go creatively.
No, it is selfishness, totally. But I mean, I'm different though. You know, if I had made Housebound, and I'm just like, I don't know, man. I would feel so close to it if I felt like it was like my fucking masterpiece or whatever. Mm-hmm. You know, I'd be like, I would have a hard time giving up the rights to it and watching someone else tackle this film and redo it just for the sake of money. And that's really essentially what it's about. There's no reason otherwise to sell it to Americans.
So why does that make you feel any less close to the film that you created?
I just don't want to see another version of it. I feel like mine is the only one that should be out there. And that's just me. It's same as an artist, me recording music. I've done this for years and years. I don't want someone to take a song that I've written, and remake my song. I would never ever sell one of my songs to have someone else do, because I wrote that specifically to come out of my fucking mouth and perform. I don't want to hear someone else do that song. Remakes in music just drive me nuts.
It's all about money. It's all a little different.
It's not though. If I wrote and directed a film, it would feel the same thing to me. I'm like, this is my fucking masterpiece. I'm like, this is the only one I want to see of it.
What if somebody can
have to respect this? I don't care. I don't fucking care. And I'm sure they probably would because I really don't have any talent.
I'm not talking about music right now. I'm talking about like okay.
I'm talking about film too.
I didn't make the film, first of all. A lot of people made it. It's not one person who makes the film.
No, I'm just talking about like writing, like just if you were the creator of a film, say you wrote and created this film and then directed it, and it's basically yours. You own the rights to your film. Of course, there's multiple people involved in making a film, but I just don't want to give that away. I feel like it means something to me.
It does, and it will always mean that to me as well. Like if I made it, it would always mean something.
The fact of the matter is,
but why can't it live on in other ways? Maybe it'll let more people know about mine.
No, I'm not even calling this being selfish. I'm just different like that. I just don't want to see another version of anything that I do.
I would be interested in maybe
even for a paycheck. I don't care.
Okay, well, let me see what this guy's gonna do with it. Like, I know what I did with it. I know what I like about it, but what could this guy
see? That's just totally the difference. I mean, there's probably a ton of people that agree with you, and maybe there's a couple that agree with me. I don't know. I'm just very, very. I get so attached to what I do, and I'm just like, no.
But
it's different though. If I was writing scripts,
like you look at it as in like. It somehow detracts from what you've done. I don't ever like that.
Not at all. You're misinterpreting what I'm saying. I'm not saying that they might make it better and might make my shit worse. I'm saying I don't want to see another version of what I wrote and did. I feel that why I wrote this because it was specifically written and done by me, and I feel it should be one of a kind. Dude, I have a poem that's framed on my wall.
It's always going to be one of a kind.
It's framed. I can show you right now.
Be one of a kind.
No, not if there's a remake.
Well, first of all, this film isn't. I don't think this is one of a kind. I mean, I've seen other films that feel.
No, but you're missing the point here. It's still to that person. He wrote and created and say whatever. I don't know all the credits to the film. I'm just saying, as a specific artist or creator, it's still one of a kind to yourself. No matter how you look at it.
And it still will be if somebody else makes another version of it.
But the thing is, as me, I don't want to see one. It's just, I do not want to see another version at all. I would never sell it.
I feel you, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it at all.
Okay, well that's cool, man. I'm not saying, if it was you, I'd be like, dude, go for it. Totally. Take the paycheck, run. Me personally, never in a million years. I am very, very different like that. Like, it's different if I was specifically writing a script for, to sell. That's totally different. I don't give a shit. I'm specifically doing something for someone else, or I'm writing a song for someone else. There's ghostwriters in all sorts of music. I mean, half of pop music isn't written by the artist. We all know this. Mm-hmm. That's different. I could go and write a song, but if I'm writing something and doing and recording myself, or a film.
Well, see, if I was making music, I would never let somebody else recreate my music anyway, because it's a different. That's something I wouldn't do because.
But I mean, remakes have part of music have been, it's been forever. Like people, you obviously have to get the rights and, hey, let me redo your song, But I just wouldn't even. No, I don't want to hear another version of it, man. It was created for a reason. And I'm just like, I don't see the point.
Yeah, I understand that in music. Like, I'm with you in music, but I just think it's different in film. Like, I don't.
I'm just using music as, it's basically the same thing to me. As long as something's created by me,
though. The thing in music is it's more of a specific thing. It's the way that films are so broad, like so much stuff goes into films that it's not a specific sound or it is like when you're talking about a 4-minute song, it's so specific to you. I think a film is a little bit more than that, and I think that's why it doesn't really.
I know, but you're not selling everything off. Like when you're selling a movie, it's the script or whatever.
Sometimes
right?
It's not even the script; it's just the name. Sometimes.
Well, even then. But I mean, what comes along with the name is everything that's, under that name, which is the film. So, I mean, people still, I'm sure there's people out there that have been offered, hey, man, seriously, we want to kind of, remake. And people are just like, fuck no. No.
Yeah. I don't think it's a negative thing, though.
I'm not saying it. I totally agree with everybody that wants to jump on board with doing that. Cool, man. For myself, Never.
But
And everybody that knows me
never,
personally knows that I would.
Say it as in like it's selling your soul or something if you did do it.
I just wouldn't. I honestly couldn't. I'm weird like that. Like I just can't see. No, I would have no fun in that.
You just don't want somebody else. You just want to keep it to yourself. That's one thing. I understand that.
Well, essentially, that's what I'm doing. I mean,
okay.
if I'm
but don't like as long as you're not saying like I wouldn't do it because it's a terrible thing to do.
I never said it was a terrible thing to do. I said I respect people that want to do it.
And I know, and I never said you said that.
It's a personal choice. Everybody has a personal choice, and I'm making the personal choice not to sell what I've created myself. Right? I have that choice, and I wouldn't do it.
Yeah, so, absolutely. I mean, I agree to a certain extent with that as well. Like, I'm not gonna let my baby just go and see it become something that I didn't want it to be intended for, but at the same time, I'm not against somebody else, telling a story through
either am
I created.
If you wrote a script and you want to sell it, I'd be like, dude, go for it, man. If that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. For me personally, I would never feel right about it, but it's not me. It's not my work that you're selling. So go for it, man.
Yeah,
I'm not going to hold you back.
I mean, it's not just like, okay, there's kind of different levels here. Like if you're talking about like a writer for hire type thing where I'm writing a script for somebody to shoot.
Well, I even said I would sell that too, because if I'm hired to write on that's completely different. I'm doing a purpose for someone else.
Specifically what we're talking here is remake rights, not necessarily something that I created that I'm giving to somebody else. We're talking about letting somebody else create a version of what I created. It's not letting them have what I made. It's just allowing them to do it and not legally sue them for doing it. That's what we're doing here.
Totally. But I'm just, I mean, obviously they have to come to you and get the rights and stuff. And I'm just like, no, not going to happen.
Yeah. So. I can't really say what I would do unless I actually was in the position of...
If they came to me and they were like, oh, we want to show your film at a film festival, I'm like, of course. That's the whole point. Get it out there. But as for someone else to take on the project of, kind of taking my idea and remaking it or do something I'm just like, I don't, money, no, I don't care. I don't care. You can pay me $1 million. I'm like, whatever.
See,
man.
It's not all money
really
to me either, though. Like, I mean, it is money. Like, yeah, I mean, I don't feel like I own like that, like idea or whatever. So, I mean, yeah, like money would be a fair example.
Underneath your name, you technically do, right? Like, it's just, going back to music game, because it's the same thing. Like, you wrote a song, you copyright it.
Yeah, technically you do own it. Yeah, technically you do own it. But I don't feel like I should be exclusively allowed. Like, if somebody wants to try and do this and do something like Carpenter did with The Thing or something, like, yeah, dude, like, go for it. Go ahead and make your movie, I made my movie. It's right here. It's awesome. Everybody can still see it. Like, go make yours now. I understand what you're saying. Obviously, you don't want to see something happen negatively with something that you were so involved in. And I understand both sides of it, and I'm kind of with you in a way too, where if I saw like, hey, like, Joe Schmo over here came in with a shit ton of money and he just wants to like, make a quick buck off of my movie title. Yeah, I don't want you to do that because I want it to be something that's, bigger than that, just like a quick turnaround. But it's, obviously there's multiple ways that this could happen. There's multiple angles that you can look at this debate from.
Oh, yeah. I mean, this is all personal, though.
So after that long debate, let's move on to Roadside. We talked about this film very briefly. People stuck in an SUV or something, and there's a mysterious gunman. Anyway, it is going to be released on DVD April 14th, 2015.
Road horror. Nice.
Yeah. After that, we have something that sounds really cool. This is called Holidays. I seen the poster for this, and it looks amazing. It's a new anthology film that will basically take the holidays and create stories in anthology format. Christmas, Easter, Halloween, Mother's Day. and each segment will be a holiday, and it's just called Holidays. And the people who did Starry Eyes, which was an awesome fucking movie, is going to be directing the Valentine's Day portion of it. And, they talked a little bit about, like, the Valentine's Day tradition and stuff like that, and, what they plan on doing with it, which is, I think, perfect for that, because it's all about, Valentine's Day is about people who, are, obsessed with the fact, obsessive characters who are trying to, like, force stuff. And, that's kind of what Starry Eyes was kind of like. And that's a great segment for them to do. But also involved is Kevin Smith. So, yeah, this should be really fucking cool. And the poster looks really old school and cool as well.
Yeah, I like that premise, man. That's fucking fantastic.
Mm-hmm. I believe we've even said, like, that a long time ago this should have happened.
Yeah, that's
Something
crazy,
like
man.
that.
That's really good. So does it specify how many, holidays or segments are going to be in this?
It does not, but I believe there is 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe 5 or 6 people involved, maybe 7.
Okay, so we're covering probably the majority of the major holidays.
Well, we already know Christmas, Halloween, Easter.
Yeah, like the major ones. Okay.
And then
So,
Valentine's Day. So then it's just like, a couple more that we don't know about.
They should actually have a Canada Day one. No one's ever done one.
Oh my God.
What?
I don't even know what that is.
It's the same thing as Independence Day, motherfucker, on a different day.
Oh.
Are you kidding me?
How would I have known that?
It's 3 days before. Ours is the 1st, yours is the 4th. It's the same thing.
Did you copy us?
What do you mean copy? You know what Independence Day is?
Yeah.
That's the same thing as Canada Day. That's when our fucking country was established. All right. Anyways. But yeah, there's never been one that I can think of, like a horror movie that was set on that day. But there's lots of good ones, man. President's Day. Oh, but there's lots of President's Day ones, though, to be honest. But
Thanksgiving, man.
yeah, I mean, there's a couple things. I mean, there's really all the holidays have been kind of covered.
Oh, definitely.
I think
every holiday has been.
To be honest, man, the one holiday I'm surprised it doesn't have a lot more is Easter. Like, there is a few Easter related horror films, but there isn't as many as you think there would be. With Christmas, Halloween, and even Valentine's Day doesn't really have that many. It's kind of surprising, actually. I think there's more like President's Days and shit like that. It seems like, anyways. But Labor Day, I don't know. But yeah, awesome premise. Like, such a cool premise. That's like the ultimate
anthology.
anthology.
And the poster looks really cool as well. Check it out when you get a chance. After that, there's a new trailer that hit. I did look at the trailer. It didn't look super amazing, but I love the idea behind it. And it's called The Woods Movie. And essentially, this is another documentary on a specific film, and this time it's the Blair Witch Project. So somebody made a documentary based on the making of the Blair Witch Project and the what it's become.
Mm-hmm.
So we got another one on the way.
Interesting.
Yep. After that, we just have a couple of announcements. First thing, we have Scream Factory. They announced 2 Italian-made films, and that is Ghost House from 1988, Umberto Lenzi's film, double billed with Witchery, starring Linda Blair, for a June 30th release.
Holy fuck, man. You forgot David Hasselhoff's in that film.
Don't care.
Oh, no, you do. It's the fucking Hoff, dude. It's the Hoff.
Yeah, I don't really know who that is. Like, I know who that is, but like, I'd never seen what the big deal was.
David Hasselhoff, the Baywatch guy. He's like one of the biggest German pop stars ever.
Didn't know that, actually.
Fuck, he was a huge fucking pop star. It's crazy. Yeah, it's a decent film, but it's finally Ghost House is getting released here. That's a great release. This actually just kind of made my I was like fucking super tired when I got up this morning. Clicked on Facebook, and I was the very first thing I saw was the posting. I think it was Zach posted that, and I
think Jeremy posted that, actually.
Whatever. And I was like, holy shit, that's amazing. See, those are the type of releases that I really want to see.
Mm-hmm. That's
ones that haven't been released, and it's an Italian double bill. It's fucking amazing.
Yeah,
so good. So,
they also did say that there is a new commentary by director Burt Gordon on both Food of the Gods and Empire of the Ants. Those two releases coming out soon. So I thought that was pretty cool. You know, I love when they actually do special features even for their non-collector's edition films.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely
comics.
don't get as extreme as they did with, Terror Mission Video Dead. That release, man, fucking crazy. But
yeah.
They even probably scratched their heads a little bit too, going, "Wow, we really put a lot of effort into that."
I think what it was it was such an early time, and they didn't know how much to spend making special features upon how much they make off the films. So they probably had a higher budget then. And now they probably have a lower budget, so that's probably why they went buck wild. Because that was one of the first releases. It's in, I believe, 11th release.
It was was it not the first? It was the first double feature. It was.
Yeah, and it's
actually, speaking of
film.
Speaking of double features, the new one with Vampires Kiss and High Spirits on it. They're actually, see, this is a perfect example of what they're doing now. The special features for Vampire Kiss there's a new commentary in the trailer, but on High Spirits, there actually isn't anything. It's completely bare bones. So that's pretty much what they've kind of got at now. I'm surprised there wasn't even a fucking trailer on it, though. It's kind of crazy, but...
Yeah, well, there's a couple releases early on that didn't even have trailers, I believe.
Yeah, oh yeah, I believe so. But I mean, just 2 films on here and there's like 1 feature. It's kind of crazy, but... It's kind of cool that there's a commentary on Vampire's Kiss, though. But we'll get to that later.
Yeah, so after that, we have they revealed I just kind of want to get your, this isn't really news, but I wanted to get your take on it. Did you see the Sleepaway Camp 2 and 3 new artwork that they did?
Yeah, I did, actually. That was another one I kind of scrolled through and saw it, and I saw everyone complaining about...
Part 2.
Part 2. So I kind of, I scanned them out and made them bigger on my computer and looked over them both, and I didn't think either of them was good.
Really?
I'm not gonna. I thought they were. I mean, I don't think they're terrible, but at first I was like, I don't really see much difference between them both. For someone calling one not as good as the other, I was like, they seem about the same to me. And I was like,
what it is in part 2, everything's good except for Angela herself. It doesn't look like her, and that's what everything.
It's that short ass shitty hair and
Well, she had her hair like that, but her facial structure is just a little bit off, and her neck's too long.
I was gonna say that too. It actually looked a little too cartoony.
Yeah.
Like it didn't have like the feet. Like you can still have that element, But yeah, I know what you're saying. But
and then in part 3, I really like. I just like the way that it looks. I don't know. Like, it's definitely more cartoony. That's for damn sure. Both of them are. But I feel like it fits for the films because they are also both more cartoony.
I wonder if it was the same artist that did artwork for the first
original one. That's why they specifically got him. They mentioned that in the news where they said, yeah, we wanted to just, make it seem the same. So we grabbed the same guy that did the first film.
Yeah, I'm a picture person. I just kind of looked at the picture and didn't read the article.
Yeah.
I kind of figured, I generally try to stay away from it anyways, because when we're doing the news, this is all like news to me. It's literally news to me. So, I don't know, man. They were okay. I think the first one he did was better, but that's just me. I really wish they had to put a lawnmower in there somewhere.
They did.
Is there?
In part 3.
Oh, fuck. Maybe I just totally overlooked that, but well, that's cool.
Yeah, so after that, we did get a bit of news. I know that they said in there, I thought this was a little interesting. It's also from Scream Factory, but the Mad Max, everybody complained that, that release already had a Blu-ray. And they did go through and take their MGM's transfer and spent a lot of time removing thousands of grain and dirt and stuff like that. So, they did clean up at least they're doing that, right? If they're going to re-release something, I guess make a valid reason to.
Yeah. And put their collector's edition stamp on it.
Yeah.
So, you get a slipcover and a new transfer. Yeah. Did they announce any, specifics on the features?
I don't believe they did, but they did announce a bunch of, other stuff. Like Class of 1984 is getting a new transfer, interviews, new career retrospect, a commentary, which I believe might have been on the original disc. And then they talk about the Escape from New York,
I think they said the posters are going fast. Mad Max, full extras will be announced in March. So yeah, that's when they're gonna.
Well, I can imagine those posters are going quick for Escape from New York. Fucking cult, man. It's a great flick.
Yeah. You know what? I'm actually curious for when the Sleepaway Camp pre-order goes up. They said early March. Because I'm going to have to order directly from Scream Factory because I have the first poster for the first film, and I would feel weird not getting the other two.
What happens if you don't?
I'm going to be really pissed.
See, we all have our weird quirkiness to us, man. See, I'd be like...
Because I know those things are limited to like 300. So it's like the first 300 people that order.
Well, ever since I couldn't get the very first poster, I was like, well... Yeah, I mean, I've always been like on a different side of the spectrum. I'm just like, I don't worry about it now. I mean, it really, really hurts sometimes.
I mean,
some of the posters I would love to have.
Weird ones, man. Like I have Sleepaway Camp, Halloween 3, Phantasm 2, Motel Hell, Ginger Snaps, the Nightbreed poster, and I believe the only other one I have is Lake Placid.
Ugh.
Which is just weird.
That is funny.
Yeah. So after that, they announced a film, 1989, I, Madman. And
which I did comment on earlier today, and I said, I don't know if it was on the show or whatever, but I remember saying it somewhere, but I said that was going to get released by Scream Factory eventually. And it did. So I totally called that. And there is some documentation somewhere. I definitely did call that. But I think that's a great release because, you know, the DVD's out of print. It's a great film. It's a good one. I think it's going to sell really well for Scream Factory. I think that's a good one. So
yeah. And finally from Scream Factory, we have their announcement of another partnership with IFC Midnight, and they're releasing Extraterrestrial. So this is really interesting because before this news came out, I've seen someone said something about, hey, this new Extraterrestrial film, it under, the studio on Amazon, it says, Shout Factory. Is this another co-release? And it turned out, a couple days or a day or, a couple hours later, they announced it. So what do you think, man? I mean, that's two. That's two films. Is IFC no longer going to be distributing films? Are they going to hand the reins over to Scream Factory, or like what's
I think
going on?
I think it all depends on what Scream Factory. I mean, if they do work out a deal, for everything, maybe. But I think right now Scream Factory is probably just feeling it out. You know what I'm saying? They're just they're picking up a couple titles that they feel that they can, kind of get some, basically cash out of.
Well,
I don't know, man. I think that's going to piss off a lot of IFC fans, though. Like guys like Jeremy who collect IFC releases.
I don't know why though, because Scream Factory obviously puts more time into special features.
Yeah.
Their presentation is nicer because it's normally Blu-ray. IFC is sometimes Blu-ray.
I'm a little weary on this title, though. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I can't stand the title Extraterrestrial. Because it just sounds so generic.
I mean, obviously, but you think about it like you kind of, when you do alien film, you want people to know it's an alien film because I feel like a lot of people don't like those, or a lot of people do like those, and you don't want to be tricked into watching an alien film. So I feel like you always have to go with one of those abduction or extraterrestrial or fucking, abducted or, whatever,
I don't know, man. Like, films like Under the Skin that are,
I haven't seen that.
Alien type films. I think that's, it's fucking.
Yeah, who knows? I don't know. It's a cheap, generic title. I don't really.
I think it's too generic, though. I mean, Extraterrestrials.
It is. It's a terrible title. It's stupid.
I'm just hoping that it does sell a little better than I'm thinking it's going to, just so they can continue. Because I mean, we all know that IFC does acquire a ton of great films.
Well,
they put out so much good stuff.
Absolutely the best company for contemporary horror stuff that gets picked up at festivals. Like they are. They just pick them up and they get. But
that's
films.
Specifically what they do, right? They go around and that's their whole thing.
They produce them too sometimes.
Yeah, exactly. So that's their whole thing is contemporary indie films. But so they're great at that.
Yeah.
And this one it seems like an oddball one, but at the same time, I like alien films, so I can get past the title, but just the name Extraterrestrial, like how many people are going to look at that and go, I don't know, man.
Well, honestly, dude, like what's funny is a lot of people were actually like, I think it helps that I'm like always like on different websites and news and stuff. People were asking for this before it was announced. Like there were people that were like, hey, you guys should get the Vicious Brothers IFC film. Since you did the Babadook, you should get the Vicious Brothers film Extraterrestrial. Mm-hmm. So there was already like hype for it before it was announced.
Well, I mean, that's cool that they're taking the fan, word.
Yeah, but I think what it is that people know of this film that were, as it played in festivals and stuff. Like, obviously it's new to me and you, but I did see it around. I did hear people talking about it, so it might actually sell a little better than we thought initially when we didn't know anything about it. But I don't know, like, honestly, like, Scream Factory's contemporary stuff is hit and miss, right? We've seen some good ones, we've seen some bad ones. So a partnership with IFC really just improves like my love for Scream Factory because they get better films to release contemporary.
I agree, man. That's great. So I mean, I guess it just remains to be seen what they do. It probably just totally depends on sales, right? If this one sells like shit, which it probably won't, but we know the Babadook is going to sell like crazy.
Yeah, I don't even know like the logistics of like the deal though. Like, is it more an IFC title or is it more Scream Factory like helping IFC? Like, it's kind of weird. Like, you don't really know, or is it a completely like joint venture? I guess we'll see like what happens. Like, if we see this is like a here and there type partnership when they really get a good title that they want to kind of like push. Or if this is like Scream Factory actually taking over for IFC, like it with the contemporary stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess we'll have to wait and see. I mean, I was kind of led to believe it was kind of a thing, kind of like the Halloween box set with Anchor Bay. But it still has the Scream title. Yeah, is that it seems more of a Scream Factory release than that Anchor Bay box set did. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. Mm-hmm. But it does seem like it's a little more Scream Factory than IFC. So, yeah, I don't know. All right. So I guess we'll continue on with the news. I guess, this has been a long news. After that, we have Society picked up by Arrow, both for UK and US distribution. What is wrong with me today with that word? You can't say the word distribution, can you? Yeah, I know. So the special edition will have a new high-definition transfer, a new audio commentary with director Brian Usna, Governor of Society with Brian Usna, The Master of the Hunt, interviews, Screaming Mad George music video, reversible sleeve featuring originally and newly commissioned artwork. And a collector's booklet featuring new writing on the film, illustrated by the original archives, stills, and posters. Mm-hmm. So, yeah. That's cool, man. I mean, I probably won't grab it because I have the German Blu-ray release, which looks fantastic. I remember you guys bought that, and I was like, I'll just wait till it gets re-released. And Jeremy's like, it's not going to get re-released. Oh, I could care less. Jeremy always says that everything's not going to get re-released, but... no, I grabbed it because it was cheap, and it, the way it is right now, it's still technically way cheaper than what I got. But the transfer is fantastic. But Arrow, it's Arrow. Yeah, I like they really are good. They really are. Was there any special features on that German edition? Fuck, dude, I can't even remember if there is or not. They're probably in German. If they are. Probably. But no, I actually can't even remember. But no, it was more about the transfer. It was really, I wanted to grab it because, the Anchor Bay DVD was so out of print and went for dumb money. Mm-hmm. And I heard the transfer was really great on this release. So I was like, okay, well, I'll check it out. And yeah, it was great. So worked for me. All right, so after that, we have Scorpion releasing The Land of Time Forgotten. We have Madhouse from Kino. We also have Cherry 2000 from Kino, Island of Death from Arrow, and Rabid Grannies from Troma, all making Blu-ray debuts, I believe. Yeah. Let's just hope that fucking Rabid Grannies is actually fully uncut. They put that fucking footage that they had in the DVD special features back into the film. Because... Yeah. it really does make a huge difference, man. There's a lot of scenes cut out of that one. It's kind of like watching My Bloody Valentine, the theatrical cut. Fucking horrible, man. So, yeah. But, yeah, a lot of great releases, man. Island of Death from Arrow, that's a great upgrade, which I won't upgrade that one because, I already have the DVD. So, it's a weird-ass Greek film, though. Really trippy film. But,
and that is it for the news. Long news. We had some great discussions in there, but definitely, ate up some time. So you want to move on to the DVD releases?
All right. So, yeah, getting into mood swings here. And we're going to start off the mood swings with, of course, the DVD and Blu-ray releases for February 17th, 2015. It seems like every week just seems so much further. Is this year not flying by?
It is. It's crazy.
It really is. Like January just went, just gone. Crazy. But once again, it is actually starting to pick up. So, first up here from Scream Factory, we have a contemporary title released on DVD and Blu-ray, and that is called Animal. I believe this was a sci-fi original, if I'm not mistaken.
Chiller original. I believe.
Chiller. That's what I meant to say, not sci-fi. I always do that. And I've actually heard pretty good things about this one, so I'm looking forward to checking it out.
This one got some... I believe it was Chiller's most watched movie.
Okay.
On their channel. I like creature features. I like this one. We'll actually be covering this one, I believe, in 2 weeks, so we'll talk about it more then.
Yeah, totally. Next up from Scream Factory, also we've got the 1988 film Phantom of the Opera, starring, of course, Robert Englund. I've oddly enough never seen this movie. It's really strange that I've never seen this one. I passed up the DVD.
This is one of the only times where like a film is something that I've seen that you haven't.
I know, it's weird. I've passed up this movie so many times on DVD, and then I'm kind of glad I did, because at least it's a title that I'm not upgrading, So I'm excited to watch it. I have to say the cover looks like a Freddy film.
Yeah, they obviously tried to cash in on that, but it even says Robert Englund was Freddy. Now I know he is the Phantom of the Opera.
That's so crazy. Crazy.
What's funny is when they announced, this was last year's San Diego Comic-Con, I believe, when they announced all of those titles, there was like 10 or 11. You was like, fuck, I have all of them except for Phantom of the Opera. And I was like, fuck, I don't have any of them except Phantom of the Opera.
Yeah, I remember that too. We were laughing about that. So funny. Next up here from Full Moon, they're releasing Dr. Mordred. I've actually never seen this Full Moon film. It's one I have never seen. So coming to Blu-ray, and I figured that, their Blu-ray transfers are actually getting a little better. So I know their earlier ones were not really the greatest transfers, but they seem to be improving, which is good. Next up here, we got a film called Motivational Growth, which is being released on DVD and Blu-ray. And it looks like the Blu-ray cover art is different than the DVD, which is interesting. This one grabbed my attention because it says it's starring Jeffrey Combs, who is, of course, not on the cover. So I'm wondering if he has like a 5-minute cameo. That always worries me. Released by Parade Deck Films. Sounds made up again, doesn't it?
Yeah. And, it's, it reminds me of the Stephen King segment in Creepshow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, totally. But I don't really know what to expect. Those type of movies, I'm just like, I don't know. Next up here, we've got finally being released by Magnet. Well, not finally, I guess it hasn't been that long, but Magnet, of course, is releasing the third installment of VHS, which is subtitled Viral. Of course, we have had reviews on this one on the channel, and it does not sound that promising. In fact, it sounds pretty shitty.
Yeah, but I will say that there is a fourth segment in it, which wasn't in the version that I seen, which is literally one of the only reasons why I want it, besides being a completist.
Is it not after the credits?
No, that's what everybody says, but I think it's actually just in the film. Like I think maybe it was like not done in time, or maybe it has something to do with the actual story. I don't know. But I believe it's actually just in the film.
Interesting. Yeah, because I heard that it was like, stay tuned after the credits because there's a whole nother segment. Maybe it's like the actual rapper. I don't know what to expect, but that's kind of an interesting concept, though, having like a small segment after.
Well, they need
credits,
something to have people pick it up because nobody's gonna want it after they see it.
Yeah, they kind of figured, they're like, holy fuck, is this ever bad?
Hurry up!
I guess we got to do
another
something.
segment.
Yeah, we got to figure out a way to sell this fucker. Next up here from Leo Mark Studios is a film called, or not a film, I don't know. It's called Hillbilly Horse Show Volume 2. I'm assuming this is probably like an anthology. I don't really know anything about the first one. Do you?
No, I never heard of it. It looks awful.
It actually does look bad. The one guy, I don't know. Next up here from, oh my, man, these companies, dude. Avian Images, like what? A film called Malignant, featuring Brad Dourif is in this one. And again, it does not look very good.
All of these things look awful.
Yeah, like this one it looks very, very generic. Some dude with a syringe. I don't know, man. So there was a couple notable ones this week, but moving along. Alter. This is being released by Cinegan.
This is the first of 3 bona fide ghostlies.
Oh, I was just going to say, this is definitely a ghostly. I mean, it's like, the cover is just beyond ghostly. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. Look for it in a Walmart near you.
Yeah, exactly. Going for $9.99. Next up, this one I actually laughed about this when I was going through the releases. I was like, wow. Released by Tomcat Releasings, and it's called Twilight Hunters.
It looks like a cross between Twilight and that James Cameron movie, Avatar.
Yeah, it definitely, it looks as bad as it sounds. It's one of those ones. It fucking does not look cool.
I wouldn't buy that.
Twilight Hunters? Ugh, God. Next up here is a film called The Case Book of Eddie Brewer.
That is the second ghostly of the week.
Yeah, The Case Book of Eddie Brewer. That's a weird one. Released by E1. You never know what you're going to get with E1, but that one doesn't look very inviting either. The cover is actually pretty bad.
Yep.
Next up here is a film called Scalped. And I'm assuming this is like a backwoods type, either slasher or...
Well, she looks like Native American on the cover.
She's supposed to. She's totally not, though. Yeah. She just has that paint. Vengeance just went native. That's oh, man. Vengeance just went native.
There should be more killer Indian movies, though, just saying. Chief Woodenhead is not enough. I know there's a film called Scalps that I think is about that, but I've never seen it.
Scalps is actually pretty interesting. I mean, there's a lot of films that have native folklore and, mythology in them. I mean, even Poltergeist 2 does. I mean, the whole explanation for the first film is based off of, the ground and,
Pet
the
Sematary.
natives in Pet Sematary, just based off native folklore. So, next up, we got a Blu-ray a horror 4-pack.
What a weird pack.
Yeah, I know this one. Okay. They just keep releasing. Well, this is fucking Mill Creek.
It's the other Echo Bridge.
The other Echo Bridge. So we got Deep Rising, Puppet Masters.
Not
Puppet Master.
No,
Puppet
because
Masters.
Echo Bridge owned those.
Yeah, exactly. This one's got Puppet Masters, the one with Donald Sutherland in it. And then we got When a Stranger Calls, the original, and Happy Birthday to Me. So 4 films. And I'm wondering if this is on... No, it says 2 discs.
I have that Blu-ray with When a Stranger Calls and Happy Birthday to Me that just has those 2 films. Mm-hmm. So I'd recommend picking up that set instead of this set.
I heard those transfers are actually pretty good.
I haven't cracked them open yet, but I love Happy Birthday to Me. I haven't seen When a Stranger Calls, but I actually should watch that soon.
Next up here from Scream Media is a film called Beyond, not The Beyond, so don't get it mixed up with Lucio Fulci's film. This one kind of looks like a sci-fi, I'm assuming type alien type deal. Yeah, the meek shall forfeit the earth. I don't know. Sci-fi horror, I guess. I don't know. It doesn't look very inviting, to be honest. Next up here, we got a film called All Saints Eve. Ugh. Man. I mean, it's not a ghostly, and it's being released by Wild Eye Releasing. Of course, they are so hit and miss with their movies lately. They've just been releasing so much stuff. Mm-hmm. I think that's kind of the problem. I think it's more, quantity over quality right now with Wild Eye. But, this one, All Saints Eve, he's got that, what do they call those things?
A scythe.
The scythe, yeah. And that's pretty much what you get on the cover in some rain. And, oh, wow. This one right here is
the third ghostly.
The third bona fide ghostly of the new releases, and it's called Last House on Cemetery Lane. So it's another one of these Last House films released by 4 Digital Media. And wow, that cover.
It actually is called The Last House on Cemetery Lane.
Oh, it is. I wasn't reading the DVD cover, so it is called The Last House on Cemetery Lane. So.
And it is awful looking. It has ghostly images all over it. The only way it could be more ghostly is if it had like those camera record things around it.
Yeah, the obvious giveaway.
Yeah. So
what is ghostly?
I mean, Jesus Christ!
Oh God!
To a Walmart near you.
You know, it's interesting too. I'm like, you know, looking at the quotes on here, and it says eerie, unsettling, and scary.
From
which is
who?
Fucking so generic. No, I was gonna comment on the quote.
No, I mean,
eerie, unsettling, and scary. Scream Magazine. Scream Magazine.
Whoa.
And then another one says a new chapter in haunted house stories, dark, gruesome, and disturbingly realistic. And that was from horror.net.
Wow.
So yeah, I don't know about that.
Well, we'll have to see.
I guess we'll have to see. Wow. I believe there's another one I got here also. It's called from SRS, which is Sub Rosa Studios, and it is called Massage Parlor of Death. The cover art's awesome. I think it looks fantastic, actually.
And it's only $7.19.
Yeah, and it's $7.19. Well, it's Sub Rosa, right? So we know it's low budget, but that cover art's awesome. Looks great.
Yeah, cover art's definitely cool.
So, and I believe that is it for the releases for February 17th. So, I mean, there's definitely a couple notables in there in Scream Factories, and if you want to take a chance on VHS Viral, I mean, I'll eventually end up getting that one. I'll wait for it to go down to like $5 or something like that, and I'll grab it. So, but yeah, so that's going to do it for the new releases. We got voicemail.
We do have a voicemail. We may not be able to answer it this week because I was late to giving you the information, but it is from Brandon. We'll play it anyway.
Hey guys, it's Brandon calling in. Thought I'd ask you this week what you guys thought was the most miscast bad guy or bad girl in a horror film. For me, I had a tough time choosing. You know, I wanted to say Vince Vaughn in Psycho, but that movie was terrible, whether it was with him or not. Chloe Grace Moretz and Carrie. Thought it was a poor casting, even though I think she's a talented actress and I like her in most of her films. For me, it has to be Harrison Ford in What Lies Beneath. I just can't see Indiana Jones or Han Solo as a bad guy. Thought it'd be an interesting question. Let me know what you guys think. You could do a top 5, top 3, just one. You know, there's plenty of others, I'm sure, but those are the ones that I thought of off the top of my head. Alright guys, that's it. I'll talk to you guys next week. Bye.
It's a really interesting question because it'd be one I'd love to sit down and tackle, but I totally, you know, I mean, the Carrie, I always thought that, you know, that she was almost too pretty to be cast in that role, but that's a really good, that's a good choice. I will
say that I do think that I think that she did a good job making you feel bad for her, but definitely probably a miscast.
Mm-hmm. You know, honestly, you know, hearing the question out of his mouth, the first thing that comes to my mind was, of course, the dude that played Freddy.
Jackie Earle Haley.
I don't know why I can't remember that guy's name, dude. What's his name? Jackie what?
Jackie Earle Haley.
Oh, Haley. Okay. I just thought I didn't think he was right for the role at all. And I mean, that's just maybe because we were just talking about it, but no, that's not actually, because I said the same thing after I watched the movie. I was like, man, he was terrible. But it's definitely one I would like to sit on and actually think about, because I know there is definite choices. And I always said that Vince Vaughn is just, I mean, I'm not a Vince Vaughn fan.
That's the worst casting
I think he's terrible. I mean, I've actually said that before, that he was terribly miscast in that film, but I think he's just shitty in everything, to be honest. I'm not a big fan of him, but, you know, that is a really good choice. That's obvious to me, but a good choice. So do you have any?
Yeah, I have. Well, I was gonna go with, that's the first person I ever think of is Freddy. It's so obvious. Then I'm gonna go to, I think the next person I think of is from the same film, and that's Rooney Mara, who played Nancy. I hate that girl as Nancy. I think she's an awful Nancy. She's so bland. She's not that girl next door that I like about Nancy. Just do not like her as Nancy at all.
Mm-hmm.
And the next one I'm going to go with is John Shepard, who played Tommy Jarvis in Friday the 13th Part 5. Call back from last week.
yeah, totally right. Interesting. Yeah, I'll think about this and I'll get to that question because it's interesting. I'd like to actually
I know
look into this a little more.
See, the thing is, like, I always know that when I get asked a question like this, like, I know that I've said in videos or in reviews before, like, oh, total miscast here, like, I don't think she fit as the role at all, or something like that. But then I can never remember what film I said that in. So, yeah, it's something you have to think about a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I don't know, I remember when The Woman in Black first came out, I had someone say to me that Daniel Radcliffe was completely miscast in that film. And I was like, why was he miscast? Like, he's just doing it. I think it's because everyone knows him as Harry Potter, and I'm like, and they're associating him with that character and like, oh, well, he can't do anything else but, a Harry Potter character. And I'm like, well, that's not really true. Like, I don't think he was bad in that film at all. And I think proved my theory when he, did Horns. I thought he was fantastic in Horns.
Yeah, he was on the verge of being typecast, but I think he broke out of it, and I think now everybody kind of realizes that, he can do other stuff.
Well, of course you're always on the verge of being typecasted. Like, when you do a huge, successful series like that, it goes for anybody. Mm-hmm. I mean, when you think of Robert Englund, what's the first thing you think of?
Freddy.
He's typecast. I mean, no matter how you look at it, he totally is. And, same with Daniel. It comes with the territory of doing a major franchise or, a big series. It is what it is, right? But I thought that was very unfair of that person to say that, I thought he was, totally miscast and shouldn't be. I was like, what do you mean? Like, I thought he was fine.
Mm-hmm. No,
I think the movie was great, but, I didn't think he was bad. And I thought he was great in Horns. And I mean, of course, Daniel Radcliffe has done other fucking movies too, but a little less, and I applaud him for doing like indie stuff and shit like that, but I just thought that was unfair judgment. But it is what it is. But yeah, I'm gonna sit on this one. I'm gonna answer this one later. So
we'll get back to you on that, Brandon. As always, thanks for calling in, man. We really like your voicemails. Feel free to call in and talk about a film that you've seen or anything. It always doesn't have to be a question. If you don't want to ask us anything, you could just call and say what's up, man. We like your calls.
Yeah, I mean, you can, phone and leave, Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It still cracks me up. It sucks we don't actually have it recorded today, but, okay, I guess we'll move along here since we don't have any questions, I believe, right? Besides the voicemail one, so.
I believe so.
Okay. We'll move along here to the Corners Report, courtesy of Rue Morgue magazine. And this one is coming from the July of 2012 edition of Rue Morgue, issue number 124. And this is the one with the entity on the cover. Pretty cool.
Cool that.
Yeah, we actually covered the entity on the show, I believe.
We did.
Way back in the day.
Yeah, I believe that was in the first 15 episodes.
Oh yeah, it's a while ago.
Episode 10. Episode 10.
Wow, it is a long time ago. So exactly 32 episodes ago. Yeah, I thought this was interesting actually, and kind of funny actually. Okay, the Golden Raspberry. Oh my God, here we go. The Golden Raspberry Awards, also known as the Razzies, were founded in 1980. That year saw Stanley Kubrick nominated for the Worst Director for The Shining, and Friday the 13th nominated for the Worst Picture.
Get the F out of here.
Are you fucking kidding me with this?
And what year was that? 1980?
1980, which both those movies came out in 1980, so it makes sense, right? But what the fuck, really? Stanley Kubrick for Worst Director? Anyways, that's going to conclude Mood Swings. And yeah, getting into our what we watched for this week. I actually had an insane time picking what the hell I was going to talk about this week because, over the last couple of weeks, I've watched a lot of films and they're still all sitting in my list here. And I was like, wow, I got a lot of fucking movies in here. So, But yeah, what we watched this week. You want to go first?
Yeah, sure. I'll go first. So I got 2 films here that I watched. Both of them I did not watch in this past week, but I haven't talked about them yet. So first up is Storm of the Century from 1999. This was a 3-part miniseries that aired on TV, I guess, basic, TV cable type shit. It follows a town who is in the midst of a giant snowstorm, and basically it's the type of town, it's a small island town, so there's a bunch of people who just go for the coast, and there's a bunch of people that hunker down and wait out the storm like they've done for decades. So as the storm is happening, they're all preparing, they're buying food, they're getting all their protocols in line, and in walks a guy from out of the snow who just kind of enters the town. He murders an old woman, and then he just kind of sits in his house waiting to be discovered. Sits in her house waiting to be discovered. The townspeople eventually do discover him, and that he murdered one of their townspeople, and they arrest him. It's almost as if he is willing to let them arrest him, which he pretty much does. They take him, they lock him up, then they, post-watch. It's, very basic, simple type of town. They take turns watching him. He obviously, the bad guy obviously has some sort of control or supernatural ability. So as the story goes on, they pretty much realize like this guy is more than a guy, more than a man. He has something going on with him. I'll kind of leave it off there. He does have a sinister plot afoot, and I don't want to spoil anything, but god damn it, man, I loved this movie. I'd never seen it, and it was long, but I never felt like any moments were really wasted. Like maybe you could have cut out some stuff and made it like a 2-hour movie or something, but I feel like everything was justified. Everything was supposed to be there. It helped with the character development. It helped with arcs. Definitely, we have a few different character arcs. It's about all these different people who are in a town together, and they've always done everything together. It's always been a specific way, and in comes this threat. And what he wants is something that is so important to everybody, and not only important to everybody, but it's literally like the reason to exist for most people. So it's definitely very sinister. I found that this ending was one of the best endings I've ever even seen. And I'm so surprised that a lot of people have not talked about this one, or at least I've never really heard people talk about this one to the extent that I think it deserves. I mean, this is a hell of a movie. Like, I really, really enjoyed this movie. And overall, like, the ending is so powerful to me. Like, I loved the ending, and the setting with the snow and it being like super cold and everybody like just kind of like stuck in this place. There are a few dated scenes that just make it, like CGI and stuff like that kind of hurt it a little bit, but overall, like, it did not take away from my enjoyment of this film. I give it a 9 out of 10. It's a fantastic watch.
Crazy. Well, that sounds interesting.
I mean, have you seen that one?
No.
Storm of the Century? It is amazing. Like, the ending is great. I can't believe in 1999 a miniseries was still like this strong of a watch.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I shouldn't say I haven't seen it. I actually haven't seen the whole movie. So I'm really just kind of holding back my comments because I actually have never seen the whole movie. You know what? I'll say something that I feel like if you would have just watched maybe the first 2 parts or something, you'd be like, yeah, it's pretty good, but it's not amazing. Mm-hmm. It's for that ending, because that long journey, the ending I kind of feel that's with. Yeah, I kind of feel that's where it's going. Definitely with that one, but like I said, I'm going to reserve all judgment because I don't know. Like, you might even know where the film's going, but how it plays out, you don't expect at all. And it's brilliant. And I really liked it. Definitely watch that one. One of the better Stephen King films out there, really. I mean, a 9 out of 10. It's great. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's cool, man. I mean, fuck. It's a pretty high rating for you. Definitely. Mr. Shit on everything. Okay. So first up here, I'm talking about a film from 1988, which honestly, I would have never thought in a million years. Like, I mean, I could have grabbed this DVD when I was doing my 88 series on YouTube, but it never interested me. There was no way I was going to put this into the mix, and it was never even one of the ones that I didn't review, but I just never even thought twice about this one. Brand new double feature released by Scream Factory, and which is containing Vampire's Kiss and High Spirits, but I'm going to talk about Vampire's Kiss.
I'm really interested to hear you talk about this one.
Okay, so this movie right here, like I said, you know, in my little intro there, I had no ambition ever to check out this movie for a couple of different reasons. I'm not really the hugest Nicolas Cage fan. I don't dislike him, but I find that his body of work a lot of it is kind of not as good as his good stuff, but I do respect him. He does have some films I really do like.
He got fun films like Con Air. Con Air is shit.
No. There's a section of his career that's really good. I just feel now he just kind of does whatever films, and it's just kind of like a Nicolas Cage film, whatever. This one I've always been not intrigued by it, but I was always kind of knew about it, and I was like, I don't know about this. Never really looked into it. And I'm kind of glad that I waited for the Blu-ray to come out just so I could see it like in a really good quality. And I will comment on the PQ of this. It's really good. The PQ is fantastic. But first off, this movie was nothing what I was expecting. First of all, by the title Vampire's Kiss, I was expecting a really cheesy, bad fucking, zom-com, vampire comedy type bullshit, like just fucking ridiculous, stupid stuff. Shit. I'm not saying the whole movie's not ridiculous and stupid, but okay. Basically, Nicolas Cage plays a very eccentric type character in this film. He's got a lot of mental issues. He's in the beginning of the film, you see him talking to like a shrink about like a breakup that he's had, and you can tell right away that it's completely affected his life. It's affected him to the point where mentally he's kind of not all there, and he's kind of going crazy. Now his profession, he's like a professional. He's like this volatile, literary agent and stuff. So basically what that is I don't really know. Doesn't really go into his profession a whole lot. He's basically a business guy, and he deals with contracts, and he's something to do with literary bullshit or whatever. And anyways, so to escape his everyday work life, which is pretty hectic and, shit like that, he, not only goes to a shrink and talks to her, but he goes out in the night. And he has, this nightlife, and he does certain things. And anyways, one specific night, he brings home this girl, and, his character, actually, he doesn't really have a problem getting pussy. He seems to be hooking up with a lot of chicks. One specific night, he hooks up with this girl, and she ultimately bites him on the neck. And from there on, she disappears. And from there on, he kind of seems like he's, he figures that he's being turned into a vampire. But the whole movie's super psychological, because, you can tell that he's not specifically turning into a vampire, but he's fucking losing his mind. He's getting crazier by the minute due to his relationship woes, his job, and he's having all these psychological visions, and he's not really sure exactly what happened with this girl, if she's real or if she isn't real. And he ultimately thinks he's turning into a vampire, so he starts acting like a vampire. Okay, really, really fucking bizarre plot. Now, this movie is not silly, goofy. It's actually like a really dark comedy, and the comedy works fantastic. It's really interesting.
Because we shit on this. When they announced this, everybody's like, oh my God.
I'm getting to it. I'm getting to that. I'll get to that. Okay, I'll get to it now then. This is a prime example of why you do not shit on something before you fucking watch it. I'm eating my own words, and I admit this. I will be the first to admit this is being documented. I shit on this movie before I watched it, and I eat my words because
most of us in the group
this is why you don't fucking do this. And I know so many people aren't going to buy this movie because they're thinking it's going to be a bullshit fucking film. This movie, I haven't had that much fun with a film in so long, and I'll tell you why. This movie has a crazy premise to it, and it's really psychological, and it keeps you intrigued through the whole film to exactly what the hell is going on. You don't really know what the fuck is going on. It's really dark. It's not silly like I thought it was going to be. It's really dark comedy, but the thing that sells this movie is Nicolas Cage's performance. It has to be I mark my words, the most over-the-top performance I have ever seen by an actor in my entire life. In a good way. In a good way. The scenes, every scene of him, you can see the elevation of craziness. In the beginning of the film, he's kind of nuts, and he just starts getting crazier and crazier. And the shit that he does and the scenes, dude, are fucking so hilarious to watch. Like, it's funny in a non-goofy way. And like, dude, I can't even... You just have to see it to believe it. It's one of those films that I cannot stress and explain how insane his performance is in this film. It's so fucked up. The shit that he does to his assistant, okay, he's got this problem with this one client. They're looking for this contract, and he's got this, an assistant, and she has misfiled this file, and he basically will not let it go. He keeps hassling the living shit out of her. He makes a point of harassing her to the point where she calls in sick one day. He drives all the way across dirty New York in a cab, takes a cab to her house, picks her up, and is acting all nice to her, and then just fucking snaps balls on her, makes her go back to looking for this file and stuff. Like, this shit doesn't probably make a whole lot of sense until you see the film, but holy fuck, dude. His performance is like, I don't know exactly where he was coming from with his performance. Like, if it came about as being completely over top, or if he intended that to happen. The other weird thing about Nicolas Cage in this film is that he has this really weird kind of offbeat English accent going, and there's no reason for it, because it doesn't explain that he's not foreign. He's not from, England or whatever, just in New York working. He just actually has this like naturally adapted accent that you can't stop listening to. It's so fucking bizarre that he talks like that. And I think it's just the twist that he put on the character, but like, he's got crazy eyes and he just does fucked up things. And like, the whole end of the movie is just bizarre and insanely entertaining. Like I said, this was completely the opposite of what I was expecting. I was expecting to really hate this film because I hated the title, Vampire's Kiss, but now it makes sense.
Yeah.
And, I don't know, man. Nicolas Cage's performance sells this movie to no tomorrow. But the cool thing, like I said, though, is the psychologicalness of the film. It's like, it's really oddly done and executed, and it's got some of the most funny fucking I'm watching this movie after work in the morning, and I'm pissing myself laughing at parts. Like, pissing myself. I actually was dying. I was like, this is such a great experience, going into a film expecting nothing and coming out with so much more. I was dying in this part where, I'll just say, it involves a sofa and destroying his apartment. I laughed so hard, man. It was so funny. So I ultimately, after, sucking this dick's film, or the film's dick, I essentially enjoyed this fucking movie to no tomorrow because it was a huge surprise. It was just amazing fun, man. Like, I really honestly truly believe a lot of people are not going to pick this up because, well, I mean, let's face it, it doesn't look appetizing.
It doesn't. And neither did the other release, the Love at First Bite and whatever,
which I've actually never seen either film. So I mean, I've seen a little bit of Once Bitten with Jim Carrey. I don't really remember it, but this one I'd never actually seen High Spirits on here. But which I did watch also, and I will say the PQ is amazing.
So good double feature overall, huh? Good
entertaining. Vampire's Kiss was honestly the standout on here. I loved it, man. Like, I'm going to give this one, it definitely has a couple faults in it, but you could really overlook it, and it's a great, fun film. And like I said, you've never seen a performance like this ever by a lead in a film. This has to be one of the most underrated, over-the-top performances in the history of cinema. I'm not joking. This performance by Nicolas Cage is something after you watch it. Like, I actually want to watch it again because it's so fucking entertaining. It's ridiculous.
Rating?
Vampire's Kiss. I'm going to give it an 8.5. I'm going to give it an 8.5 out of 10. I will comment briefly on High Spirits. I'm not going to go into the plot or anything. I'll just talk about the PQ. The PQ is awesome. I will say that I didn't like it as much. I was expecting to like High Spirits more than Vampire's Kiss, and that's not really the reason why I didn't like it as much. I'm not really a big fan of like kind of kiddie love stories. and stuff. You know, the film is PG-13 and it kind of got this love story kind of deal to it, but it has a lot of really interesting, you know, actors and actresses and stuff. Actually, a lot of really big names are in this film, and I do see why it has a big audience, but honestly, it's not really for me. I could see a lot of people loving this movie though, but.
All right, that's awesome. That was his formal apology to Scream Factory and betraying cinema in general by judging shit before you watch it, which is a big no-no. I mean, I think we're all guilty of it at times, but you really are speaking the truth. I mean, don't judge a book by its cover. It's an old saying for a reason, man. It's true.
I have to say, man, I'm really curious on the people that check out this film now.
I think we need to holler at Zach, because I remember him really raging on this one.
The funny thing is, I had heard nobody say anything about the film, you know, due to the fact that I'd actually seen it. And it was all speculation. They're just oh man, this film sucks.
I just assumed that everybody, like the people that were talking, had seen it. Like I knew I had never seen it. And I wasn't as hard. You guys always call me an apologist and shit, but like I wasn't as hard on them either. Like I was just like, well, I don't know. I don't know what the hell they really are. Are they really that bad?
Well, I mean, I didn't say, you know, the film is shit. I said, wow, that's a really not interesting double feature, and I wasn't expecting anything from it. I was just like, really, vampires kiss? Like, what the fuck is that? Check it out, people, man. It's really, really. I want to hear people's thoughts on this one, for sure. So.
Cool.
Check it out.
I guess I'll move on to my second film, and this is one that I seen, I believe 2 weeks ago, but I couldn't really say anything about it yet. It's Digging Up the Marrow from 2014. Now they did ask, I ended up seeing a digital screener of this, but they did ask that you don't talk about it until like 2 weeks before the film's release.
Yeah, I've seen a bunch of reviews already come out for it, so you're good to go.
Yeah, I think I was good to go last week, but we didn't do what we watched or whatever, so yeah, I mean, so this is of course Adam Green's new film, and this is going to be a hard one to talk about. So basically it's a mockumentary / found footage film. We follow Adam Green, the person, and he gets a letter in the mail that says, hey, monsters are real. I need somebody to tell my story. I have evidence. I have proof. Just give me a chance and I will show you that monsters are real. So Adam, along with his DP, BJ McDonald, I believe, also the director of Hatchet 3, decide, hey, let's just shoot a little something following up with this guy, seeing, you know, it'll be a fun video. We could make it into a documentary or something based on, like, you know, this guy being crazy or not. And they meet this guy, and he starts telling them that monsters are real. They live in a place underground, which he believes is a society or a city of monsters. And there's like thresholds called the Marrow, which is how these monsters get underground and stuff like that. He's first seen them when he was a kid. He's drawn them. He's, you know, had interactions with them. But every time you become more aware of them, they move. They bury up their hole and they move. And it also kind of hints at that these monsters are essentially people who've had anomalies or, you know, kind of like freaks, right? And, you know, there's millions of cases of like freakism throughout history or whatever the hell you want to call it. And like eventually these things disappear. Like they just disappear one day. Like they die, or they, you know, moved, or they ran away or something. And he thinks that these people were the monsters. Like they turn into monsters eventually. Interesting, you know, thought process. Of course, Adam Green is like being himself, right? It's like him, his wife's in it, his ex-wife actually, which was really interesting to see, because they do touch in the film that his films are like take hold of his like soul pretty much. Like he's obsessed with them, and that's sort of the narrative here, is that he just doesn't let stuff go. Like he'll just keep working on it. And I find it like almost sad that like they touched on it in the film and then it ended up happening in real life where his wife like left him. So I guess not to get in the plot too much more, he's documenting this idea of monsters being real. And, honestly, this was an amazing idea. I really, really liked the idea. It's super solid. Like, it's a really cool, the way that the film's done, it's like this mockumentary style, that is, not really done that often. And the story is really interesting. Like this guy says that he sees monsters. He's seen them. He can prove it. I feel like all of that is super interesting. The way that it's done, it's really cool. Following Adam Green, following, Kane Hodder's in it and stuff, like, as real people. Everybody's kind of actually playing their self, which I thought was interesting too. Like, Kane Hodder's being Kane Hodder. There's only like one actor in the actual film. Everybody else is kind of just being who they normally are, just in a scripted version. So I find the biggest problem in this film is it just feels like it's too small in scope. It feels like they probably I know that they just kind of shot this thing, very minimal, barely any budget and stuff, but I think that really hurts the film. I think that there should be a much deeper, idea. This is a much deeper idea that needs more money. It just needs it. It works fine as what it is, but at the end of the day, I just felt like this should have been a bigger film, because this is a great idea. Haven't seen it done before, but it just feels like it was a bit underwhelming. It's a great movie in terms of originality and concept. It just doesn't live up to it in terms of execution, because I feel like it's a money thing, really, because it was all there. It's just everything is very kind of basic, and just you don't see enough. They don't really explore this world. They barely scratch the surface. Really, that's what they do. They scratch the surface of this idea. It's solid. It is a solid watch. I was really impressed by just the originality of it and stuff. And the ending was really good too. I'll give it that. And there's a lot of underlying stuff that if you're an Adam Green fan, you'll know, and just some cool stuff that is kind of unexplored in terms of characters, that is awesome as well. But overall, I give it a 7 out of 10. It's solid. Could have been Adam Green's best film, if you ask me. I just don't feel like they really went for it with this one, probably because of money, because this film was quietly filmed here and there, after Adam Green got a letter from a fan who said that Victor Crowley was real and he could prove it. And his original idea was to actually go meet with this guy, but thought it would be legally not a good idea to kind of make a film like that. So he decided to, make it into a different script, an actual scripted film. Cool stuff though, man. I'm gonna pick it up on Blu-ray.
Yeah, this one sounds actually really intriguing. I can't wait to watch it, actually.
Yeah, and everybody out there should pick it up as well. I got to see it for free or whatever, but I'm still gonna buy it because I like supporting, this guy. For one, he's a great person, and two, it's a good movie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, awesome. From what I've heard, man, it's just, the less you know about it.
It really is, and that's why I didn't want to say too much. But I think everybody should go into this one knowing that it's not that big. Because you're gonna be disappointed. Like I was slightly in the fact that I feel like they just scratched the surface of this idea. So when you watch it, go in expecting it to be a small film, because it is. It's very small. You can tell that there was not very much money. There's nothing in it that would require money. They're literally filming themselves.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's cool, man. It's always good to know, though. Alrighty, so next up here, film from, I think it's 2010. Directed by Fred Vogel, and it's called Sella Turcica. Now,
Sella what?
Sella Turcica.
Interesting title.
Yeah, and the weird thing is I've had this one sit in my collection for so long, and I actually kind of forgot about it, to be honest. And
this is Toe Tag, right? That's who Fred Vogel is, right?
Yeah. And
that's
I
like
kind
a native guy, Pittsburgh.
And I kind of forgot about this one, and and I was like going through my unwatched collection. I was like, holy shit, I should really watch this. Completely forgot about this. And I've heard, really good things about it. And I was like, okay. So I'll give this one a watch. Basically, when by the end of the film, it kind of reminded me of like, it almost seemed like it was like a Death Dream type remake or something like that, or just like a version of that type story, but a little different. But anyways, it's basically about a soldier named Bradley Roback. He's like over in Afghanistan, and something happens to him over there. Like, he's a soldier, he's like a sergeant, obviously. Anyways, they're going to do their normal rounds, and something happens, which they don't actually know what happened. They were just rolling in their vehicles, and he claims he's seen a flash of light and woke up in the hospital about 3 weeks later and got honorably discharged because he was all fucked up, like he was actually paralyzed from the waist down. So ultimately, he ends up back home. And, he moves back in with his mom and his family and stuff. And what happens is that, the family members are like, they can tell that Bradley's not right. Like, he's not right. Like, he went there as one person, he came back as another type deal. But the thing is, he doesn't have any recollection of really what happened to him. And, so throughout the film, it's a really, really slow burn. It's really about the family and the character development, and kind of watching his character go from one level of sanity to, a next level insanity kind of thing. And it kind of develops throughout the film and has this like crazy type end to it. And that's really all I can say about the film. I don't want to give anything away. So my thoughts on this one, wow, for such a slow type moving film, this one has like one of the most ultimate payoffs in the end I've ever seen in a film. The last half an hour of this movie is just phenomenal. It's amazing. Throughout the whole film, all the characters keep you interested. Everyone's interesting. The mom is played by Camille Keaton, who is, we all know her from I Spit on Her Grave fame. She was the girl in the original I Spit on Her Grave. Anyway, she plays the mom in this. And all the supporting characters are actually pretty good. He's got a sister, this really hot blonde, apparently was in Murder Set Pieces. She's dating this black guy who's actually DJ, which he's an interesting character too, because he has a lot of conflict with her brother, Bradley. They kind of butt heads about things and stuff. Bradley doesn't really approve of his career, path. He's a DJ. It's kind of cliched, but, he's a DJ and doesn't really prove it. So you got that whole thing going on, but it's really well executed. You really kind of feel for the characters, and the build up is fantastic. Yeah, I think Fred Vogel as a director is criminally overlooked as an actual great director, because a lot of people know him for the August Underground films, which are, films that a lot of people feel like they could do. Obviously, there's a lot of other things going on those films that you couldn't do. Like, the special effects are phenomenal. But as for like structured filmmaking, which, those films are definitely a lot different than, a film like this. This one is fantastic. It really is. It's basically on the same level as like Redstone Tower, which is just an amazing film in itself. But this one's character development and this one has the ability to keep you so intrigued and, entertained throughout the first, hour of the film until the last half an hour hits. I applaud that so much, that it can keep you entertained and just have that ability. It's great filmmaking. You create these characters that actually really work, but on all levels, this one's fantastic. And then the last 30 minutes hit, and it just, wow, man, I don't want to give anything away, but does this one ever turn insane? And I will say it definitely has, Fred's, special effect toe tag on there. It is gory, man. It is really, really well executed. Just a fantastic movie. I don't know, man. I'm really not really starting to. I think it's just recently I've been watching a lot of slow burn type films that have been working on all levels, like, executed perfectly, great cinematography, great characters, everything about them are fantastic. I don't know if it's just recently, it's just by chance, but this is a perfect example of a slow burn film that I would recommend to anybody. This one's awesome because it has it all. awesome characters, great build up, amazing ending. What else could you ask for? Right? The acting for the most part is fantastic. I think honestly the weakest part of this film is the most famous person, which is Camille Keaton as the mom. I think that there's times in this film where I feel like she's just kind of forcing it out a little bit, and like as for everyone else, it seems kind of natural, and I don't know, maybe it's because she's older. I don't know what's going on with her, but it doesn't really hurt the film at all. It's not a big thing at all. But this one right here, I can't say anything else about it. I don't want to give anything else away. You know, like I said, it's just about this guy that's turning into something, mentally, and just essentially kind of goes off the deep end. So, but Sella Turcica, just an amazing film. This one gets one of my highest recommendations. I just don't know what else to say without giving anything away. And I'm going to give it a 9.5 out of 10.
Whoa.
Just brilliant. It's brilliant.
High ass rating.
It's brilliant. Absolutely brilliant.
I thought I was coming with some fire tonight with, Storm of the Century, and you outdid me with a 9.5 tonight, so. Ooh.
Yeah, this one I highly recommend everyone picks up and watches. I mean, oh man, it's nothing. Like I said, it's nothing like the August Underground films whatsoever. Yeah. I mean, if you've seen and watched and liked Red Sun Tower, you'll love this film too.
That's actually the only thing that I've seen from him. So,
they're not even comparable. They're completely different films. You wouldn't even know it was the same director if you hadn't looked at the director.
Yeah.
So
yeah, that's awesome. I mean, I guess we'll get into our segments now, huh?
Yeah, segment time.
Okay, so as you guys know, my segment is Horror 101. This is where I pick a documentary of sorts. I'm kind of running out now. I need to pick up some more of, either, a film series or a specific film or a specific person, something in the horror world, a specific genre sometimes. I was, subgenre, did Ozploitation last time. This time I decided to go with one that I've been meaning to check out forever. And this one is called The Psycho Legacy from the year 2010. This is directed by Rob Galuzzo, who's done some work with Scream Factory in the past. This is like his only film that he's ever done. He's quite happy with that. But I know him from online, a bit here and there, and he hosts probably the best podcast out there, and that is Killer POV. Bunch of people in the actual horror industry, Fangoria and stuff, talking to actual, like Tom Hollands of the world and stuff like that. So check that podcast out if you never have. It's definitely worth the listen. And this film follows the Psycho films, right? From Psycho 1 to Psycho 4. And this was kind of your first, like, retrospect style documentary. This was kind of the first of the ones that we've seen, like the Halloween 25 Years of Terror and the Crystal Lake Memories. His name was Jason. Elm Street Legacy. Like, this was kind of the one that kind of like set the template for them, I guess, right? I think this one came out first, but this one follows the first film, which they talk, good about. I knew a lot about the first film more, so it wasn't as interesting, but still very interesting to hear people talk about, Psycho and why it was so amazing. I mean, it's the typical stuff, the shower scene, how freaking goddamn, like, frame by frame, like, Hitchcock, like, planned that out and stuff like that. But what I found really interesting when they got into Psycho 2, 3, and 4. Because those are ones that I have always loved and I knew little about. Like, I knew the films, but I didn't know about them.
That was the same thing with me when I watched the documentary. I was like so looking forward to them talking about 2, 3, and 4.
And they do a good job too. They really tell you a lot of the backstory of the films and a lot of the like process of like, okay, how, like, especially in Psycho 2, they talk about like, okay, how do we create a sequel to Psycho, right? Like, how do we follow it up? How do we keep the story the same, Like, how do we keep Norman Bates there? Like, what do we do? And I feel like Psycho 2 is one of the most impressive, like, feats in sequel-isms, It's just like, I could, a lot of times you read, like, you watch a sequel and you're like, yeah, that's probably what I would have done. Or like, oh yeah, I probably could have done something like that. I would have never been able to create anything like this. Tom Holland did a fantastic job with the script. Psycho 2 is amazing, and watching this documentary really kind of pointed it out more to me. The story is so good in Psycho 2. Like, it makes so much sense. It is, you wouldn't think that it would just be so generic. Like, oh, Norman Bates gets out of the mental hospital 20 years later. Like, now he's gonna wreak havoc. It's so much more than that. It really is. Like, it's so layered and complex. There's a lot of Hitchcock in that film, and hearing them talk about it was definitely really awesome. Psycho 3, same thing, like, that seemed like the Anthony Perkins story, because he directed it. It was about him directing it. He kind of got typecast as Norman Bates after that. He had a really, I felt like the overall, like, arc in this documentary was Anthony Perkins. It was about him. Same thing for Psycho 4. He wasn't directing again, back to just playing Norman Bates, and he had a lot of, like, bumps with the director, because at this point you figure Psycho 3 or Psycho 4, Anthony Perkins is the last one left. Like, he's the only one that still feels like he was there from the beginning, and this is his. So you can kind of understand that. Like, it was very personal to him. Great documentary. Like, this was made, I remember hearing an interview with Rob G back when this, back in like 2010 when this came out. Like, this was a fan who went out there and made this. Like, he just was like, somebody needs to talk about the Psycho films, and he started calling people that were in them and getting interviews. He made this purely from like a fan point of view. Like, he had a horror website, and then he just made this. Like, that's awesome. He's never made anything else. He never plans on it, from what I can tell, but he was happy to make this. This is great stuff here. Adam Green, Joe Lynch, looking very scrubby and, young, are in this as well. Overall, 7.5 out of 10. Solid documentary. A lot of fun.
Yeah, I love the the discussion about, Anthony Perkins directing part 3. Yeah. And, like, just some of the things that he did, and, like, you don't really notice it per se when you're watching the film, but, like, when it's noted and you go back and watch it, like, wow, that actually is pretty cool, man.
Yeah. A lot of stuff. Dude, those 4 films are really good, man. So underappreciated.
I know, and it's crazy the amount of people that I think that say they don't like the sequels.
They think of them as just
like, they actually haven't seen them.
Yeah, and a lot of people think of them as like any sequel. Like, oh, it's just the cheap imitation of like a great masterpiece. Like, no, this is good shit, dude. Psycho 1, 2, 3, and 4 are all really good movies.
Stop judging films before you watch them. Vampire's Kiss. Fuck, I'll eat my words, man. But, like, honestly though, I think it's a lot of people. I think it's the sequels are so overlooked because of how famous the original film is. I think a lot of people are just not willing to give the time to it or even watch them and stuff. And, I remember the first time I watched Psycho 2, I was like, I don't know, I was like in a different frame of mind or something, but I like really loved it. I guess it's because it was so long ago and I didn't really know, like, I mean, I knew how big Psycho was and how great it was and stuff, but it was a different thing. Now, if I was watching the Psycho, for somebody that has all this time of build up with the Psycho legacy of the film, to watch the sequels, that might be a little bit of a letdown, but it was so long ago, there wasn't as much documentation and just things, I guess it was different. It was different. So I kind of took the film for what it was, and I was like, I actually fucking like it, man. It's really good. But that documentary made me appreciate part 3 a lot more from Anthony Perkins.
Which Psycho was it where the cop was getting the ice out of the thing and there was a dead body in it? Was that 3?
I think that's in part 2.
Okay, whatever one that was, I had seen that as a kid. And that's the only scene I remembered. And I remember being a kid and feeling like so, like, suspense. Like, it was just, like, I couldn't like control myself. I was like, oh my god, like he's gonna find the body or whatever. Like, and that was the only time I ever seen it. And then I didn't see them until, I don't know, maybe like 2010 or 11.
It is part 3. Shit, man. Fuck,
And I
hate when this
watched
happens.
all 4 of them back to back. And literally, when I think back to like some of the best like times that I've had, watching those 4 films in a row was one of the best experiences I've had in the genre. It was so fun. They're great movies.
That's how I felt when I did like a mini Phantasm marathon, I think about a year and a half ago.
Was it for the podcast?
No, it wasn't actually for the podcast.
Was it before the podcast?
Yeah. It was. When did we do the Phantasm?
The first Phantasm the Phantasm show, right? That was episode 8, dude.
Episode 8. Okay. So yeah, I was definitely rewatching them again because I'd watched them all in a when I watched those films for that podcast, I didn't marathon them.
Oh yeah.
I watched them in separate days, but I actually watched all 4 films in a row one night and was just like fascinated by the way they end and start. You know, I was like, that is just so fucking cool, man. When you watch them in a row, it's just, oh, fuck, it's so cool. But great experience, though. Watching the Psycho series back to back is awesome, too.
It definitely is.
Really good stuff, so. Fuck, I got the goddamn hiccups right now. Pissing me off. All right, so, what'd you give that one?
I gave it a 7.5 out of 10.
Shit. 7.5.
Yeah, I find documentaries are really hard to rate. Like I just kind of go by the Elm Street Legacy. Like that's a 10 to me. So then, like, how good was the Psycho Legacy compared to that? I know you shouldn't do it like that, but I can't rate documentaries any other way because it's like hard.
Interesting. All right, so for my Italian Stallion of the week. This one is coming from 1964, directed by Antonio Margheriti. Love his name, Antonio Margheriti. I'm probably saying that pretty close, right? Is that accent good? No, it's not probably good. I suck. But this one, of course, is starring Barbara Steele, the beautiful and legendary Barbara Steele. And it is a really interesting film. It's like a period piece too. You know, it's taking place way back in the day, and the setting's like in a castle and stuff. It's really cool, man. It's very awesome. It's a perfect example of gothic horror that you need to see. It's awesome. So I don't want to give a lot away in this film because it's another one of those films that you can't say a whole lot about because you don't want to ruin anything. The less you know about the film going into it, the better. But it basically starts out with Barbara Steele's mom. She's being accused of being a witch. And of course, she ultimately gets burned at the stake in the beginning of this film. And of course, Barbara Steele is obviously, her character is not very pleased with this and kind of confronts this, this prince or whatever at this castle. And he ultimately takes major offense and, ends up killing her. Barbara Steele's character ends up dying like in the first quarter of the film. And it kind of jumps forward. It jumps forward in time a little bit. Now he is married to this girl, and all of a sudden, out of the blue, Barbara Steele's character comes to life. And they're basically exacting a little bit of revenge on this guy that's committed these heinous crimes, and they're there to commit, or not to commit, but they're there to revenge their deaths and whatnot. So I really don't want to say the wrong thing here. I don't want to give anything away. That's basically a very basic premise of the film. So my thoughts on this one. Okay. First of all, this film is a really, really slow burn type of film with really good character development and really interesting, kind of plot twists. And it's executed perfectly too. If you like gothic horror, black and white films, this one's awesome. The set pieces are fantastic. The castle, everything about Barbara Steele is just fantastic, but the look of this film is awesome. It looks so authentic and just great, but it's really, really creepy. really creepy. There's so many great scenes that are in the basement of this castle, and things that are going on with the characters and like who the character. God, I can't say anything about this movie without ruining it. So ultimately, this is a must-see for anybody that loves, well, Italian cinema, if you like black and white cinema, if you like gothic horror, witchcraft, all that type of things, man. It's fantastic on all levels. I really can't say anything bad about this one, but Barbara Steele ultimately plays two different characters. She actually plays her mom in this film that dies in the beginning of the film, and then she actually gets killed in this film twice, technically. It's kind of funny. There's some plot twists and like some character development that I actually can't say because it'll actually ruin the film. So, I'll just leave it at that. But, Long Hair of Death, it's definitely one that when you know little about it, it'll work way better. So, definitely check it out. It's fantastic. It's another great example of a slow burn film that, I don't know what it is about these films lately, but I've been fucking loving them. Loving slow burn films. I'm just watching these so late at night and just, so great. But, Long Hair of Death, 9 out of 10. Great period piece, man. I'm sorry, but I don't really know what else. I don't want to say anything about this movie to give it away, but just check it out. It's fantastic. Really great stuff.
Awesome. So that pretty much wraps up our What We Watch segment.
Alrighty, so getting into the main featured reviews. Guess we can pluralize that, right?
Absolutely.
Which is, of course, since it's, Valentine Day weekend, it's Friday the 13th, so tomorrow.
Which probably would have made sense to do one of those also.
Yeah, I know. That's weird.
We're saving them.
Yeah. So My Bloody Valentine, of course, the original from 1981 and the remake from 2009. Featured reviews. Wow. So this has been a long time in the making, like we said at the top of the show. So, so first up here, we're going to do My Bloody Valentine from 1981.
It's a bad time, this time of year. How many times is he going to tell this story?
Oh, let him tell it. I love fairy tales.
This ain't no fairy tale, little girl. If you don't take it seriously, you're a fool!
The first Valentine's dance in 20 years has to be something special.
Look, Landers, you gotta get a lot of exercise if you're gonna grapple with Gretchen.
Oh, yeah? Well, I got a Valentine for her that she's never gonna forget. Right to the heart, huh?
In this town on Valentine's Day, everybody loses their heart.
Roses are red, violets are blue. One is dead, and so are you.
It can't be happening again.
No!
It can't be happening again.
What's going on over in Valentine Bluffs? It looks like Harry Warden's back in town.
It happened once. It happened twice. Cancel the dance or it'll happen twice. In the town of Valentine Bluffs, there are many ways to die. Take your pick. My Bloody Valentine.
So My Bloody Valentine follows a group in a small town mining community. I believe, what is it, like Nova Scotia? Isn't that where it takes place?
That's where it was filmed, yeah.
Yeah. So essentially, there's a huge Valentine's Day party happening But we find out later that 20 years prior to the events of this day, there was an accident in a mine, and there were some men responsible who were supposed to be doing their job. They decided to leave early for a Valentine's Day party, and a man got caved in. A group of people got caved in. One person survived, Harry Warden. He was pretty insane afterwards, and now everybody is starting to get picked off because Harry Warden has returned. And that's pretty much your film right there. There is also a love triangle going on between our main character, TJ, and another character, Axel, and Axel's girlfriend, Sarah.
First off, yeah, Canadian classic.
It really is. You know, the first thing that I obviously have to point out about this film is the mining community setting. I just think it's absolutely awesome, especially, you know, how it wouldn't look like this today, most likely. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? And it just kind of has this novelty to it where there's just this community that's together. They all have like probably like rituals. They all like go to work together. They like get home, like get off work, you know, all together. You know, they do their shower thing. They go get beers and stuff, and it just has this like fun, pleasurable like vibe to it.
Yeah, it really does actually. One of the coolest things about this movie is that they actually, you know, literally filmed in a real mine.
Yeah.
Which is interesting. I think in the remake they built that set, like that's actually a set mine that they did. So it was, you know, obviously new age filmmaking. But, you know, this one is very interesting and risky filmmaking because I remember watching a little bit, you know, special features on this, and they were saying that, you know, when they were filming down in the mine, it was, you know, it's not only dangerous as being in a mine in general, but they had to worry about, you know, using equipment down there because of, you know, electronics, you know, they obviously give off sparks, and there's lots of different gases and stuff down there. So they could actually, you know, potentially blow the fuck up, right? So, you know, all these little interesting things that they got to deal with when they're filming down there. I applaud that. For such a low budget film, you know, it's really, truly amazing what they did for being, you know, whatever they were, like a couple thousand feet down in the depths of the earth, right? Mm-hmm. I think that's pretty wild. And it looks amazing down there. Like what they did it's really, truly amazing. So, cause I remember them talking about the lighting. They had to be careful on where they placed lights and how much they used. And, you know, they really had to kind of look over it because, you know, those things are creating sparks and potential flame, right?
Yeah, gas.
Yeah. So if anything that ruptures or any of their equipment goes bad, like, you know, it could, you know, ignite the gases and explode. So I think the whole story behind this film is quite amazing, you know, and how it turned out is just unreal. One of my favorite things about this movie is the fact that all the characters in this movie, in my opinion, are pretty much likable.
You know, that's actually my second point that I was actually going to touch on. Jeremy actually, in his clip that you guys will hear later, mentions that he really didn't like the characters, or they were like so-so. I find these to be great slasher characters. Like, everybody feels like a real person, and that's what I love about it. They all feel real.
No, wow, I'm glad I didn't listen to Jeremy. Okay, that's interesting because I actually have the complete opposite. I think this movie has pretty much some of the most likable characters in a slasher film of all time. I think every character is actually, and they really do feel natural.
They feel like real people, right? Like for example, the like friend who's you know, has like the mustache and he's like a little bigger. Like I like that guy. Like he seems like a nice, like friendly guy who you know, he was the one that was like cooking the food on the car hood and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. I know, right? I mean, all those guys just feel, the one scene in this film that really kind of showcases the natural, you know, feel of the characters is, you know, when they first started having the party in the, the party after they're not supposed to be having the party at the, like, pool house or whatever, or at the pool hall or whatever. But yeah, you know, that scene, just, if you watch the scene and you watch the characters and the way they're kind of, you know, talking with each other, and it just seems really natural. Nothing seems forced. Maybe it's the way it's filmed. I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, another scene like that is when they're in I think the relationship between Axel and TJ makes it feel very real. It's not like, hey, you're with my ex, I fucking hate you, you bastard. It's more than that. There's more elements to it than that. Well, that's what I like about it.
It's honestly kind of driven by good dialogue though too, because it's like, he kind of goes, well, I think TJ goes, well, we got a problem.
Yeah.
What do you want to do? And it's kind of like he naturally says it. Like, he doesn't say it to be like, angry and stuff. He's really trying to figure it out.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I think that, and it kind of creates, because, with Axel, he's kind of, there's obviously hostility there, and you're not really, intended, you get
the vibe that they were good friends beforehand.
Exactly. And, you can tell that too. And, even though he's being kind of a dick about the situation, you still like him because you understand where he's coming from, because he's that type of character. Well, he's caught in this kind of triangle now, and he's just dealing with the situation. You can't hate him for it. It's just the way it is,
and
right?
That's a good point too. It's because, normally when you deal with these love triangles, normally there's the girl, and then there's the lead character who you're supposed to be siding with, and then there's the dickhead boyfriend. But in this case, you like all of them. It's like, well, no, this guy didn't do anything wrong. He's not the dickhead boyfriend. He's just a guy who got with a girl after her boyfriend left. And this lead character guy, we're cool with him too, because he's just a guy that wants his girl back.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Right.
And they never made him they never made Axel like the dickhead new boyfriend. Like, he's just like another guy.
Exactly.
And, like, it's so easy to fall in that trap. Like, oh, well, let's make him the dick.
And that's also due to the writing too, though, because, a lot of the other characters, generally in these type of movies, when somebody has a beef with someone, there's always characters that take sides.
Mm-hmm.
In this one, it's kind of like the characters kind of back off. They don't really take sides. They just kind of, let the situation kind of deal itself. And they kind of talk to the characters.
Yeah.
Or to the people inside. It's not like, oh, you're a fucking dick, and, all that real garbage type fucking, just animosity in the film. There's really none of that going on. It's actually quite intriguing how they did this. They made so many likable characters. I think the dude with the mustache he's awesome, man.
Yeah, he's very likable.
He is, and he's that perfect character that you probably see in that type of setting and that mining community. He just looks kind of redneck. He's got that foam mesh hat with a huge, ridiculous mustache, kind of overweight, but he likes to party. And I don't know.
It's like they're having fun, like legitimately, like legitimate, not manufactured fun, like natural fun. And I found that was like one of the more impressive things. It didn't look like, we'll do a little bit of comparing to the remake. This is a remake versus original type show. But when you see the original, when they go or the remake at the beginning, when they are in the party in the mine, right? It feels like a typical like Hollywood like manufactured party. In the original, the party feels like a legitimate like actual party, like where there's a group of friends who got together and had a party.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so impressed by that. Like, cause I find that to be one of the more annoying things in Hollywood films is like how detached from reality, like their parties usually are. It's so annoying to me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, actually one scene in this film that made me laugh though. I mean, I love the bartender in this film. I think he's fantastic. Like he's actually he's kind of funny.
Yeah.
I love the part when he's like, what the hell does he say? When the one goof guy, the one guy that's always making the jokes and stuff, he's totally ripping on the whole situation, like about the legend of Harry Warden and shit. And he's like, I think he leans over the counter and he's like, he says something like, "Be careful what you make fun of, you little asshole." So he fucking says it, man. It just comes off so perfect because it sounded so good.
There's a reason why people point to this one as like one of their favorite slashers of the 80s or in general.
Yeah.
When you make a slasher, you typically need a killer, like a look, a setting, a holiday, a something, like a setting. Mm-hmm. And you need the backstory, like what's the motive. And I feel like this one really kind of captured something, much like Silent Night, Deadly Night, which is another one of my favorites from this era. And that is that they just picked the setting, which happened to be a mine, and they picked the backstory, but it all happened to really work and feel very genuine.
Yeah, and I like the way the story's told in this too. It's not like overly done with backstory. You kind of get the gist of it right away, and it's not like overdone with backstory. And then a lot of the film is character development within these characters. And the other cool thing about this film is the way it's structured with the kills too. I find that this movie is actually pretty much the poster child for perfect paciness with kills and the way it kind of goes down, because this movie doesn't actually have that big of a body count when you really look at it and count it, but the way they're kind of spread out throughout the film, it kind of feels like it does, right? It has like a huge body count, but it really doesn't. And I think the way they structured it is just perfect. The pacing's awesome with the character development, the actual backstory, and the way the kills happen in the film.
Yeah,
everything
the body
goes
count's
together.
12, by the way.
Is it 12? Okay, so it's not bad. That's not bad. I think maybe a couple of those might be. Are any of them off screen?
I don't know. I'm with you with the pacing though. Like it does feel very, and you know, it helps to have the uncut Blu-ray edition. Like, dude, because you can tell the quality of when the added in footage is, because the quality drops. I actually really like that as a thing. Like, I wish you could put a filter over any like unrated version and know what they took.
Well, I think it's awesome because when you watch that version, you know, you see what the MPAA cut out, and you're going, "Holy fuck, man!"
They cut out so much.
Well, there's like a whole scene at the end where it's like a couple minutes where they cut out. It's like, holy shit, you guys! Like, you know, they really butchered the shit out of this film, right from the opening kill and the opening scene.
According to Jeremy, this isn't the uncut edition, though. The fully uncut edition.
It is. It actually is.
I think it. From what I've gathered, I think it is. Wikipedia says that it's not. But I can't find any like other information.
No, how is it not the uncut version?
Because the director said there was like 9 minutes of footage that the MPAA cut, and the footage that's in this edition is only about like 3 or 4 minutes worth of footage that's put back into it.
Yeah, like I mean, but the footage that all the kill scenes are uncut in this film.
And that's what I was saying. I was like, well, how? Like, I don't see what they could have not had in here, because like everything is like looks like a full kill to me.
No, it's they're probably talking about like other, you know.
No, he
scenes.
said MPAA like gore footage that was cut.
No, I mean, yeah, I don't know about that, but I mean, really, unless they cut out complete scenes.
Yeah, I don't know.
Even in the fucking film, but the way this plays out with that cut footage, you know, with it put back in, it seems like it's pretty damn uncut. So I don't know, but I mean, that's what they always claim. They say it's the first time it was ever released like uncut. I don't. Who knows? I mean, we're not the actual filmmakers, right? But
no. Yeah, I mean, the kills are great. Like some great kills. Now it is just like I look at this film and then I think of some of the Friday the 13th. Kills like that, like some of the sequels where you're like, you know that there's footage not in there, and I look at this film and I'm like, wow, like this is probably what it was like. This is probably the like contrast of what it is without those kills, like, and it saddens me, but two, it's like, wow, dude, like this would be a completely different film without these kills.
Mm-hmm. Oh, big time. Have you ever watched like the theatrical cut of this film?
No, I've never seen it. I've only seen this version.
I actually compared one time. It's really fucked up to watch because like it's literally butchered.
It's like tamed as fuck.
It really is, man. Like all the kills are so cut. Like they actually cut every kill scene in the film, except for I think one little part in the theatrical. I think that was left in, but they pretty much every kill was like completely cut. It's fucking crazy, man. It really is. Like it's got to be one of the most heavily cut films, considering, you know.
Yeah, definitely. Yep. It almost certainly is. I mean, you can literally see the stuff that was cut out, and like it's a lot that was cut out. It was left with nothing, pretty much.
It really wasn't, man. Yeah, it's so funny. I mean, when you really think about how brutal the MPAA was on that film, you know, considering some of the films that passed at that time, especially in 1981, which is like the heyday of the slasher film. You know, for how heavily this one got cut. I'm not exactly sure what happened there, you know, because you see other films that weren't cut and you're just like, what the fuck? But I don't know.
See, I think that one of the things is back then you could make a film and it would be cut up by the MPAA, and then that's it. Like, now it's like, okay, well, we'll just release the unrated version on DVD. Like, we'll just make whatever we have to make to get it in acceptable by the MPAA. Then we'll just, make the unrated version on DVD. It sucks because nobody was doing that back then, it was just wasn't considered, right? So there was really no means to do that either. So, like, it sucks that all these films, like, just kind of got lost. All this, like, a lot of the footage is, like, gone for certain films, it just doesn't even exist anymore.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Yeah, it's shitty. But one thing about this movie I absolutely love is the, obviously we were just talking about the gore and stuff, but, like, the actual kills themselves are actually quite creative. I think this has one of the best looking creative kills with the pickaxe through the bottom of the jaw. And through the eye ever. It looks fucking awesome, man. Even with that cut-in footage that's obviously downgraded, it still looks amazing.
Dude, really even does. The heart grosses me the hell out.
Yeah, dude, like, the gore is amazing in this film. And you got to remember, this is like a relatively low-budget film that they did a really good job on these kills. And I remember them talking about it, too, because they're like, they put all this effort into, their effects and shit like that, and the MPAA cut out all their work. So they were, like, super offended by this, right? Yeah. So I can totally see it, though, because, like, when you look at it, you're like, fuck, man, really crazy. But, man, that pickaxe through the jaw and the eye is just, it's ridiculous. It's one of my favorite kills, actually, of all time. Like, I just love the way it happens. It's just so perfect the way it goes down. It's kind of goofy, but it's fun, though. It's really good. And, obviously the dryer one is just, like, phenomenal looking. Like, it just looks good. Looks really great.
There's just something to me about the way that, like, a town dance is, like, such a big deal in a community. Like, I personally, just speaking in my real life as well, like, I personally miss about, like, the world. Like, nobody's, like, worried about that type of shit anymore, It's not, like, it's not a big deal. Like, everybody's just on their phone.
Well, exactly. And, like, that community is supposed to be, like, a couple thousand people. Like, it's a really
that's why I love these films so much from this era, and that's why I've always been such a big fan of, like, films from the 80s and 70s, is because it was just a simpler time, and I think that horror works the best as simple, like when it's simply done. And in a simple time, it was easier to make a horror film that is just supposed to be like a horror film. Like, it's supposed to be. I would consider this one to be a little bit scary if I'd seen it when I was a kid. Like, down in the mine and shit. It's kind of creepy. Like, Harry Warden's kind of creepy as well. The killer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's kind of funny for somebody that was watching this film for the first time today, like, from newer generation, they'd be like, wow, that fucking, gas mask type look, so overused. But, like, this was
nobody done it really before.
No, I think this was an original look, actually. As far as I can remember, I can't think of anyone else using that type of look up into, 1981. So, it is like an original looking killer. So, in my opinion, a lot of things are based off that type of look.
Surprised this one never got a sequel.
Yeah, I know, right? Like, this movie, it's one that I've always thought would, it just seems like it should have a sequel because it's such a great film, and with the ending is fantastic. And
I think this is definitely one of the best slasher endings.
Mm-hmm.
It's creepy.
It really is, man. The ending of the movie is just awesome. It's just so good. It's so good. It's amazing that no one ever picked it up or tried to fucking do a sequel to this. It really blows my mind.
Yeah.
And for a remake to come out, 28 years later is mind-blowing. So, yeah, I don't know, man. This one has a lot of, I don't know, you probably would notice, but in the bar scene, there's a scene where the waitress comes up to the table and she's like, who's drinking the Moosehead? And if you look at the table, everybody at the table is drinking Moosehead beer. It just made me laugh. I'm like, what do you mean who's drinking the Moosehead? Everybody is. It's kind of funny. That makes me laugh. But yeah, I don't know, man. I think this movie is basically almost like a poster child. It's almost like a perfect slasher film on all levels. Great kills, great story, great structure. I can't really
think of any negatives, to be honest.
That's the thing. It plays out great. It has right from start, it's executed perfectly. Like I said, with kills, setting, gore, characters, and it has an awesome ending, which we all know in a lot of these type of films, sometimes the ending kind of ruins it, you know?
Yeah.
And the characters ruin the films a lot of times too. You're just like, fuck, man, the characters are such shitty. They're so shitty, but this one really kind of executes all those elements that make up a great slasher film perfectly.
Definitely.
Really. So, I mean, there's really not a lot of bad things to say about this one. And I don't really want to say anything else, but one scene I always found was fascinating. Every time I watch this movie, I find it interesting. You brought it up about the junkyard, but them cooking food in the car.
Yeah, I've seen people do that in real life.
It fucking makes me laugh. I've never seen anyone do that before, and I'm just like, it's awesome.
Yeah, I've seen like people wrap like tinfoil, like potatoes or like corn or something and do that. I'm sure like back then when gas was like super cheap, it made a little more sense.
I guess. I always wonder because in the film, like they're just like there in the junkyard. Is that one of their cars or is that?
I think it's one of their cars
because they don't say or like because they're in a junkyard with all these junkers. I just assume that they somehow fired this bitch up and just like running the engine or something. I'm like, that doesn't make any sense. Why would that car be running in there? But yeah, so it has to be one of their cars, but it doesn't really matter. It's kind of funny. So
it's a great scene.
Oh, it really is. It's great. I don't know. Did Jeremy go on about anything else?
No, I mean, he pretty much, that was like, we touched on some of the stuff he touched on, but except for he just thought the characters were so or whatever.
See, I completely don't understand that one bit. I think almost everything in this film seems natural. Like even the dogs, you know, the part where the dogs are ripping apart that bloody box with the heart in there, like the dogs, even when the cop comes out and he's like, get the fuck out of here. And the dogs are like trying to attack him. I mean, they're not acting, you know, it just, if everything feels natural, even to that point, you know?
Yeah. So, I guess we can do our ratings now if you're cool with that.
All right. So yeah, I mean, basically my rating is, you know, based off everything we obviously said. I feel this movie has like pretty much the essential, everything that it makes up as essential slasher film. This one just does kind of pretty much perfectly. Yeah, I mean, I'm going to give this one a 9.5 out of 10. I've always said this is one of my, you know, this is like my second favorite standalone slasher of all time. And not even standalone, I mean, it's like almost up there for like my favorite slasher film of all time behind Maniac. But this one, there's something so likable about this film. You know, I can watch it over and over again. It doesn't have to be like a holiday type thing for me. But 9.5 out of 10. I love this one. If you've never seen the original My Bloody Valentine, wow.
Yeah. So I always find it never quite get to that 10 mark on your ratings. My rating is an 8.5 out of 10. I believe the last time I watched it, I rated it an 8.5 as well. So I'm just sticking with my rating. I guess I'll just share Jeremy's rating real quick. He rated it an 8 out of 10.
So, okay. I mean, I don't get that at all, but what's with like your 8.5 out of 10? Like, what is it losing points for?
It's not about losing points. It's about how good it was. Like, it was really good. But did it do anything to, complete? Is it good as in a 9 to me? No, it's about an 8.5. Why is it not a 10 to you? How about that?
Like I always say, I don't know. Because I think my 9.5s are 10s. I'm just afraid of saying it. It's very rare that I even give a 9.5, and I feel that they are pretty much 10s.
You gave 2 today, so...
Yeah, I know. It's strange because there's nothing wrong. Like, well, with Sella Turcica,
it's not about having stuff wrong with it per se. It's just about like a film could be really like perfect for what it is, but I mean, is it a 10 to me? No, like The Battery is a 10, something that grabbed my soul. This is a good movie. It's a great movie. It's an 8.5 to me personally, but I'm not saying that it couldn't be a 9 for you or a 9.5 for you or something like that. It's just there's nothing wrong with it is what I'm saying. It's just there's nothing that blows me out of the water 10 status.
Yeah, I honestly, like I said, I don't really know. I mean, because like I said, it has all the elements that make up a great film, a slasher film for me.
It's the same reason I give, something like Silent Night, Deadly Night an 8.5, and I kind of cut it there. It's a great slasher. It's probably the best case for a slasher, but it's still a slasher film. It's not that psychological. I mean, that it doesn't. The storytelling isn't that impressive. I mean, it's impressive for a slasher. It's a great movie. It's hard to kind of argue against it when I really like it. So it's like I don't, because it sounds like I'm shitting on it, but that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to explain like there's a difference between something that's like a 9 or a 10 or a 9.5 and something that's an 8.5, and there's not really anything wrong with it per se, but there's not enough right with it to make it a 9 for me, is what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's really hard to explain. I feel stupid. It's almost the same reason as why you wouldn't give something a. I don't know.
That's just what I was gonna say. I don't even know. But like I said, comparing this 9.5 to Sella Turcica is there was one thing. I thought that Camila Keaton's acting wasn't the greatest in the film, and like I said, it wasn't overly affecting it, but I guess it did. I mean, it is weird. All films are different, but I find this one to be just a go-to film. So.
I mean, why did I give, for example, Maniac, the remake, 9.5. We both rated it a 9.5. Why did we give it such a low rating? Why not a 10? Obviously it's not a low rating, but it's the same reason. There wasn't anything wrong with it. It just wasn't a 10 to me.
Yeah, it's funny how we see everything so different. I don't understand Jeremy at all with his, the characters though. I find that very intriguing.
I mean,
I'm just complete opposite on that.
There's slasher characters to him. I could kind of see his argument a little bit. They're just to him. Maybe he didn't have an attachment to maybe he's just removed from that style of life or something. So he didn't have I see these as the good old boys in my town or something. You know what I mean? I have an attachment to that kind of character. Maybe he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I mean, real life and film though, I don't know. I really can, separate myself from that. I just kind of take them for what they are on screen, right? All right, so moving along to the My Bloody Valentine remake from 2009.
Exactly what did you see?
Something was following us.
This is the most horrific event this town has ever seen. Authorities are calling this the Valentine's Day Massacre.
In the town of Harmony, something unexplainable
Hello?
is happening.
Come here, you better check this out.
What is it? This January, prepare to witness.
What do you want?
The most frightening 3D motion picture event to tear through the screen. My Bloody Valentine 3D. Nothing says date movie like a 3D ride to hell.
All right, why don't you hit us with the synopsis this time?
The synopsis of My Bloody Valentine 2009 is pretty much identical to the 1981 film, with a little bit of different characters. It's pretty much what it is. So, yeah, I mean, I don't really know how else to say it.
Yeah, it's just details that are different.
Yeah, there's minor details, but we'll get into those while we talk about it. So the synopsis is basically the exact same. In the beginning of the film, Harry Warden actually, instead of being sent to a mental institution, he actually is put into a coma. And it takes place like a year after he breaks out of there. And, goes on a rampage and then eventually gets shot and killed by the town sheriff, who's played by Tom Atkins.
Or so we think. We never really know. We never really know. He escapes into the mine.
So he escapes in the mine and then, is potentially killed and buried by the town sheriff from some vengeance type deal. And that's kind of like basically the minor differences right there. You still have the same characters with Tom, who was apparently the cause of the whole accident that led to this whole Harry Warden fiasco. He goes away for, I think, 10 years, right? Because this one actually is different.
It's a good bit of years.
In the original story, it's actually 20 years later.
Yeah, this one's not as
This one's actually 10 years. It's, he disappears after this accident that apparently he caused down in the mine to have this whole Harry Warden thing. Anyways, he disappears for 10 years, shows up 10 years later, and then all of a sudden some killings start happening.
Yeah, and there's also the love triangle again with... But this time, Axel is now the sheriff of the town.
Exactly.
Which is an interesting spin on it. And he's with Sarah. They have a kid now, too. So it's not like a teenage, like young adult relationship. It's a legitimate, like, family. Mm-hmm. And of course, Thomas comes back and he wants to be involved with her again. We also have the sheriff who's actually cheating on her with another town girl.
Yep. Of course you got that. Gotta make him a fucking sleazebag. Pretty awesome.
So to me, this one did probably what I like most about remakes is to take the core idea, right, and then create your own story with it, which is exactly like what The Hills Have Eyes remake did. There's certain aspects that are the same, but they change a lot too. And it's like, now it feels like two different movies instead of just a copy of another movie.
The core idea is still there, but I feel in this one that they just kind of changed. With Axel's character, he's obviously a cop in this one. I feel like they just kind of switched around things a little bit, and I will say though, well, actually we'll get to that after, but I feel like just certain minor changes are decent enough, comparative to the original, but I don't know, man. There's certain elements of this film that really, I do like this film, but I think there's certain things that are kind of, that shouldn't have been done. First of all, I'll start with this. Watching this film on repeated viewings isn't really the best idea. Because I find
I'll agree with that.
Okay, so once you watch this film once, you're like, by the end of the film, or once you find out what's going on, because they do change some things, it's cool. You're like, oh, okay, that's kind of interesting. But when you watch it again, the ending of the film through your second viewing. And then you're kind of watching the film going, okay. And then when you watch it multiple times, you start picking out everything. You're like, well, this actually doesn't really make a lot of sense in parts. Theoretically, right? Mm-hmm. They do have explanation and stuff, but it's just like, I don't know. This one isn't the best one to watch over and over again. I think it's really good for like that one-time watch, especially if you've seen the original one. It's a good comparative piece. You're like, oh, that's actually a pretty decent remake. But I don't know, man. Like, you agree with that though?
No, I agree that the multiple watch thing for a few different reasons actually kind of hurts the film a bit. One, it's just not as entertaining on repeat viewings. Like, the original film, I've watched probably about 3 or 4 times now. I've liked it just as much every time. Mm-hmm. This one, the first time I seen it, I loved it. And I've never even came close to loving it since then. I do really like it. To me, it's a solid remake. And, they didn't change a whole lot. I think they changed a good bit, though, man. I really do. Like the whole ending is completely different. And not only that, but like the setup is kind of different as well. Like, now we're dealing with like the son, like this kid who caused this shit to happen, which adds a different dynamic to it. And then we deal with, we have like the sheriff. I feel like the love triangle, yeah, it's still there, but it's a lot different this time. Mm-hmm. Now we're led to want to dislike the sheriff character when originally we didn't, which is what I was talking about. That's usually negative. But I feel like because of how it's resolved, really the only person I ended up hating was the girl.
Which one? Like the
Sarah, the lead.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I didn't like her. She's dumb.
Well, I mean, it does say later on that she's like, I kind of saw what the hell was going on and stuff. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I never really think of her as like a really dynamic character. I think she's just I always feel like she's just kind of caught in between past and present. You know what I'm saying? Like she has this, obviously history with Tom, and she's married to Axel now. So she's kind of caught between, and he like literally like up and left one day, out of her life. And then she comes back. And of course, you don't fall out of love with somebody just because, they leave. When they come back, it's like, I understand exactly where her character's coming from. It's not like they had this messy breakup or whatever. She was just gone. It's hard to like lose what you have. I mean, it'll deplete over time, but I feel like she's just kind of caught in between past and present. And, but at the same time, like, I mean, I think Axel's a total dirtbag. I
like Axel. I think Axel's the most likable character out of all of them.
How? He's fucking cheating on his wife.
Okay, but
how is that likable?
As you can see, she was not maybe he's cheating on her because she is not emotionally invested in him. Because we see her quickly drop him as soon as Mr. Wonderful comes back to town.
Well, I mean, this is all open for interpretation then, I guess, really. I mean, you could look at it anyway. You could say that he's cheating on her because he doesn't like her mom. That's not shown in the film either. Yeah, it's openly shown that.
It's hinted at because he also says, that you can see by something that he says later in the film that you can leave me whatever, just, don't do this. That shows that he really loves her no matter what. And it's not just about the, spoilers, fucking spoilers. But, I feel like he really was driven to cheat on her. Like, that's what I got from it.
No. You know what I got from it? I feel like he's jealous of her past relationship, even though the guy's not even in the picture. That's the way I see it, man.
He pissed off that she is going after she's still hung up on somebody who wasn't good for her in the first place.
Well,
that's how he feels.
Yeah, but I feel that he's kind of jealous of what she had before and the fact that they never really had like a real end to their relationship. So he always kind of lives in fear of that. So maybe he kind of resents her for that. Maybe he feels that she settled for him. They had kids and that's why he cheats. He feels like it's not even doing anything bad. I don't know.
But he also has regrets while he's doing it. You could tell.
Yeah, of course, because he's human. You're still cheating on your wife. Of course you're going to have regrets. You still married her, had a wedding, and had kids. Of course you're going to have regrets if you're cheating on her. Everybody would. He's not a sociopath. But, like...
Or is he? Well, We don't know. There's a lot of red herrings in this
film. It doesn't matter what the circumstances are. You're still a human. You'll have regrets no matter what. He knows what he's doing is wrong. But, I mean, that whole dynamic, that whole kind of triangle of grief that they got going on there is, it's entertaining, to a certain degree. Definitely on the first watch.
I thought it was even more complex than you expect out of one where it's talking about, like how I explained in the first film. When you have these, it's normally like, this is the dickhead, this is the good one. Like, I feel like even this one does a good job of being kind of complex.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely does. I think they worked that really well in the storyline. I guess. I mean, it's definitely essential, right?
It's
not just like it's not just like it's thrown in there.
First one, if you ask me.
Oh, totally. But the first one, this one kind of more focuses on that.
Mm-hmm.
The whole kind of story and part of the film kind of revolves around that love triangle a little bit. See, that's where they took the second one compared to the first one, and they took that simple story and then they created a bigger picture out of it. Is what
this
did.
One's more psychological as well, but I think it works because just based on our discussion we just had, we both see that love triangle from two completely different points of view.
Mm-hmm.
And I see it from Axel's point of view, in terms of like he's the good guy in the situation.
Oh,
and you see it as he's just a cheater.
Yeah, totally. I mean, completely. Because I feel, like I said, man, I feel that he's doing it because he has resentment towards his wife that he figures that doesn't really love him. So he's just doing it. You don't need to be cheating, dude. Even if you talk it out, man. I mean, there's obviously other situational things you can do. You don't have to
don't know.
Cheating is not the answer for anything.
Dude, I guess you have to actually. Well, no, listen. I think you have to actually look at what cheating is, okay? You might just look at it as sex. I'm looking at it, she's already cheating on him emotionally. And that's worse sometimes, man. I
am totally the guy here, and you're totally the girl. Emotionally? Emotionally? Seriously?
Yeah,
emotionally cheating on him.
Like, sex is sex, dude. But if you're gonna go and be emotionally invested in, like, you can tell he's not.
But I explained why she is, though, because they never had a proper breakup. You know, they never had a proper breakup. It would have been different if they completely had a formal breakup, you know, and then she moves on. You know, it probably would have been a lot different for her. But the point of the fact of the matter is that he left without saying goodbye. And she never felt like she, you know, had that proper, you know, breakup. You know, they're not done. So she was always kind of still, you know, there. I think that's exactly what it comes down to, you know. That's just the way I see it. And then you see the husband on the outside looking in, going, "Well, fuck, man." He even brings it up in the film, you know, at least once or twice about her, you know, not being fully invested in him because, you know, Tom's back in town. He's your real true love and stuff. But I mean, I think that's exactly
that's why I see him as the victim here. Like he's the one. He's the one that like. Is the victim.
Like, I feel like you're playing devil's advocate here. Like, holy shit, man.
He's
really
okay, he's cheating. That's a bad thing. Yeah, don't do that, okay? But she's cheating too. But I feel like he would have never cheated if she was there in the first place. Unlike her, who would have cheated all along. Right? Am I right? You said it yourself that he is jealous and pushed to the side for her and this guy.
No, I didn't say that he was pushed to the side. I said he's to the point where he feels like he's jealous of their past relationship. Tom, you know, he's obviously.
But does he have a good reason to be? She kept his picture. She's looking at his picture. She runs off with him.
Yeah, I know, but there's alternative, you know, measures here, man. You don't have to fucking, you know, start cheating. Just talk to her, be like, hey, man, you know, like seriously, like we're married. He's a blast from the past. Fucking cares, man.
He obviously doesn't love the girl that he's with.
Totally. He doesn't. He totally doesn't.
The chick that he's hooking up with. He has love for her, it looks like, but he doesn't love her. He loves his wife, and his wife doesn't love him, is what it feels like to me. Until...
Yeah, but it still doesn't give you the right to cheat on her. Then break up with her.
I agree with her
and then go and fuck some other sloozy there.
I agree that it's a bad thing that he's doing. Like, I'm with you on that. But maybe she should have broke up with him if she wasn't there, you know?
Yeah, but it's different, though, with her because she doesn't know if he's ever coming back or whatever. Like, she's just hung up on him. She's emotionally...
she does know once he's there.
She's emotionally distant. It doesn't mean that she doesn't necessarily love him. She's just in a different place because she feels that... especially when Tom comes back. You know, that's the whole thing. But holy fuck, man. We spent a lot of time on that.
This is like a soap opera.
Jesus. Okay, let's get to the... you know, like the comparative stuff in this film. I mean... You know, like I said, or like we said, you know, this one basically takes that love triangle from the first one and kind of, you know, almost exploits it to the whole point of the film in the remake. I think that's interesting. I do like what they did with that. You know, I think it's interesting. It's not necessarily something that I love, but I do like that they, you know, what they did with that. You know, at least they took it in a different direction. They didn't make a fucking psycho.
Yeah.
You know?
Like,
you know, but this one right here, I will
think
admit,
it was
though,
smart in the way that it ended too, because like maybe it's not the best ending in the world, right? Like we've seen it before. We've seen this ending before many times, actually.
Yeah.
But the idea is you have the ending in the original, like, okay, we actually have a perfect opportunity here to do something that nobody's expecting. And they did. Yeah, now after we've seen it a couple times, it loses its pow. But at first I was like, whoa.
Yeah.
Todd Farmer, dude. He's funny in this.
Yeah. I mean, okay. Another thing about this movie, I find that, this one feels more of like it almost feels like the way it's kind of going down, it feels like more of a random slasher film. You find that with like when the killings are happening, like, because you don't really know, what's going on.
I know what you're saying. Like when we're introduced to Todd Farmer's character, it's specifically to get killed. Like we're not introduced to him beforehand. It's him and his chick, and we follow them until they meet their demise.
Exactly. And that totally feels random, until you find out, after they do the investigation, why these people were killed. Yeah. But it does have this like very kind of random feel to it. And honestly, they don't really have a lot of mind action in this one. I think really the last 15 minutes or 20 minutes, they're kind of down there.
I think it's like the last half hour, to be honest.
No, I don't even think it is. I think it's like 20 minutes. I think I checked the clock just to make a note of it, but I think it was only about 20 minutes, but I don't know. And that's, it just...
Well, my problem with this is it's actually too long. It's an hour. It's like, I feel like this should have been straight up.
Yeah. I thought the same thing, actually. There's definitely scenes in this film that probably could have been cut right out or shortened, or you didn't need some. There definitely was parts. I thought the same thing. Yeah, this one runs actually about 15 minutes longer than the original one, which is crazy. And the first one, like I said, has great pacing. I think this one does drag in parts. But and you know what? The other thing about this movie that kind of bugged me, man, was how I know this is a weird observation, but just how generic the casting was in this one. At least in the first one, I could tell people apart. Like, even I found with Axel and Tom in this film, like, they're obviously different looking, but they're very similar in look, Well, like, they almost cast, like, the same person twice to play it. I don't know if that was done purposely because of maybe the relationship, maybe how she was attracted to Tom, and then Axel, maybe I'm looking too much into it, but...
It's funny because I normally have that problem with 80s horror films where, like, I can't tell anybody apart. But it's like reversed in this situation. But I think that, like, to me personally, I didn't really like anybody in this film except for Tom Atkins and Axel.
Yeah, I don't care for Axel one bit, actually. Tom Atkins was fine, even though he plays kind of he's not shady or anything. He knows he did something a little wrong, but. He's Tom Atkins, man. How can you hate him? So, I don't know.
So who's the more likable character, Axel or Thomas?
Well, I mean, to be honest, when you're watching the film, Tom, because, you can kind of, you sympathize with him, but you don't at the same time. It's like, because he has this trait, like his faults, because who the fuck just bails out of a town and leaves everyone hanging and leaves his girlfriend there? And, that's a shitty trait. Like, you're a fucking asshole for doing that. But then when he comes back, he's playing the sensitive guy. He's kind of trying to make his peace.
He's trying to steal somebody else's wife, is what he's doing.
Well, essentially, but at the same time, the guy's wife that he's trying to steal, or the guy's husband, or the girl's husband, is fucking cheating on her. So at the same time, he's
doesn't make it right.
Dirtbag. Well, no, he shouldn't be cheating. But you know what it is.
Axel for life is all I'm saying.
Oh my God, seriously. I don't know, man. So what do you think about the kills in this film? I think
I actually don't love like many of them.
Okay, the first thing I will say, just before we get into the kills, I think honestly watching this movie in 2D hurts the film.
Well, I watched it in both, like not like the real D, but the red and green.
Yeah, I've never watched it in 3D, but like when you watch this movie in 2D, you just see the cheesiness of where the 3D was supposed to be. Especially with the gunshot, I'm just like, oh,
yeah,
God, it's so bad. But they don't overdo it in this film. I noticed, like with those things coming out the camera, but there is notable scenes where they do. And
there's a lot, man. There's a lot. If you watched it,
there's 5 or 6 really notable ones. The other ones are kind of like, okay, that's passable, but there's 5 or 6, at least.
There's a scene where he stabs somebody up through the jaw, and then he lets go of the pickaxe so that you can see the wooden handle sticking at you. Then he grabs the pickaxe again and finishes the kill. Like, he literally lets it go in the middle of the scene. It's kind of awkward.
Yeah.
But, no, like, okay, I think this would have been a blast to see in like the good 3D. Even it with the red and green, dude, it looks pretty damn awesome in 3D. Like even with the red and green. So, I like it in 3D. I didn't watch, last year when we did this film, I watched it in 3D when we were supposed to do the show on it. This year I wanted to just watch it regularly because last year, you know, I hadn't seen it in 3D and I wanted to check it out. Like, but it's not something I look forward to doing because by the end you're gonna have like a weird headache every time. But I like it. I think it's fun to do every once in a while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just would never subject myself to that. I hate 3D films. Mm-hmm. I really can't stand them. But yeah, I don't know, man. I thought that as for the kills in this film, I thought that the original film is way, way superior in kills. In this one, they tried to mimic a couple films, obviously with the the pickaxe going through the jaw kill, the dryer one, which was executed so poorly. Just the way they did that scene was completely didn't have any of the same feel as the first film, but it just felt very generic. They just kind of threw it in there just to be like, oh, hey, we can do this one too. I thought it looked really shitty, to be honest. But I will admit, though, the pickaxe scene through the jaw, I fucking howled, dude. I was laughing so hard when the body was going into the roof. It gets me every time, man. Because it's like a little person.
Yeah.
Come on, man. You gotta admit that's really funny. I mean, it's mean as hell.
What was up with that little person's cleavage? Little
know.
Much for...
I don't know. But that part fucking... Every time I watch this movie, it makes me laugh, dude. It fucking kills me. I will say, though, this one definitely does have a higher body count. It's pretty gory, though. Like, even, the opening scene where, Harry Warden breaks out of the hospital... they don't show the kills, but they show...
There's a lot of aftermath there. Like,
yeah,
I love that.
There's a lot of aftermath. Yeah, like the body on the bed, dude. I was like, oh my God. But yeah, that was actually pretty interesting because that kind of sets it up, quite, you're like, wow, wow, this one's going to be fucking gory as shit. But, there is a little bit of CGI in this one, obviously, which I feel, I guess is essential when you're doing these kind of 3D films, I guess.
But I like there's a lot of... sorry, getting a little tired. There's a lot of... I thought that this one just scope feels a little bigger. There's like some helicopter shots and stuff of like the belts for the coal and shit like that. I enjoyed just touching on that a bit. But overall, I mean, I like this film. It's not as good as the original. And there's definitely things that, detract from it. And, with repeat viewings, this is one I probably will not watch for another like 5 years.
Yeah, it's definitely one I don't want to revisit for a long time either.
Twice in like, 1 calendar year is enough for me.
Yeah, this one is definitely notably sleazier too. I don't know, like, the part with what's his face and the chick in the hotel room. She walks around completely she's literally buck naked the whole time, but there's a part in that scene that makes me laugh though. Like after he tells her that she's a hooker, he goes outside and then she fucking runs over to grab her gun. And she literally swipes the clothes off her gun and then runs out naked. I'm like, you just couldn't put a blouse on? Like, you're going outside kind of deal? I'm like, that's so fucking sleazy. That's totally just like the way they wanted to do the film, throw a little tits and muff in there. Fuck, it's funny. Yeah. Always makes me laugh though, but I don't know. Jamie King, man. I know you didn't like her, but wow, is she ever Jamie King of the remakes, right?
Jamie King. Who's that?
The main girl in the film. She's from Silent Night and Mother's Day remakes. And
okay. Yeah.
My Bloody Valentine. She's been in 3 very, very high notable remakes.
Wait, was she in you said she was in Mother's Day?
Yeah.
Who did she play?
She was one of the girls in Mother's Day. She was
she the main
blonde
girl?
She was the blonde girl.
The main girl.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't like her in that either. Maybe it's just her.
Anyway, she's the cop in Silent Night. She's the main character in Silent Night too. But yeah, anyways, Jamie, I just found it funny that Jamie King of the remakes. But yeah, it's just kind of weird, but I don't know. She's okay, but I don't have anything against her. I don't think she's great or anything, but
yeah, she's an awful character.
That's so funny. That's so funny.
I mean, I don't have much more to say about it. I mean,
I mean, I really don't either, man. It's a remake I do like, but it's one that I'm not crazy about. So
it's definitely a fun movie. It's just not good for rewatch.
No, it really is a bad remake to rewatch, and I don't know if that's a spoiler, but it's just it's one of those ones that just once you've watched it once, upon remake or rewatch remake, yeah, you're just like, okay, it almost makes it seem like it's like, oh well, that was obvious. But I don't know. Ratings.
Well, Jeremy gave it a 5.
5? Wow. Crazy.
I'm going to give it a 7.
I actually gave it the exact same thing. 7 out of 10. 5? Wow, that really surprises me.
Me too, because I thought he liked this one.
It's interesting. I wasn't expecting a 5 out of there. So, yeah, I gave it exactly the same thing as 7 out of 10.
It's a 7. It really is. Like it's fun, but it's not anything amazing.
All right, what's going on, everyone out there? As you guys probably have listened to so far on the 22 Shots of Moodz and Horror podcast, I am not on the show this week because, as you guys know, I am an up-and-coming filmmaker. Well, that's what I'm going to school for, of course. And I got put in charge of working on a film set this semester, being I'm working with the second AD, who is mostly in charge of doing paperwork and things like that, daily call sheets and stuff like that. So this semester I have quite a bit of production meetings and things like that with the producer and the line producer and all those fun things that go into making the things that we love to watch. So as you guys are listening to this right now with Moodz and JP, I am of course not there because I am at a producer meeting for locations, because the film I'm working on actually takes place in a forest. It's a horror film, which is awesome that I got the chance to work on the genre that I love so much. So that was already a very cool thing right off the bat that I was able to do this. So we have a set that takes place in a forest, and unfortunately, if anybody knows out there anything about Chicago, we don't have too many forests in the downtown area. So the suburbs, there's quite a bit of, forest preserves and forests and things like that. But unfortunately, in the city, if you guys know anything, like I said, it's completely flat. So you are pretty much fucked when it comes to that if you want to plan to shoot anything in a wooden area in the city of Chicago. So luckily, it's a grad film, so they have a little bit more boundaries than, let's say, a bachelor degree student. So they're able to have a 30-mile radius from downtown to where they're allowed to shoot their film. So that gives us a little bit more room to work with the finding somewhere that would be a good fit for the film. So tomorrow's all locations and location scouts and stuff like that is going to come in, and we're going to talk about trying to find somewhere to get this thing made. So yeah, this is actually a kind of a legit type of a film. It's low budget, of course, but it's 100-person film crew, so it is quite for a student film, quite a large production on that aspect. And they get to use the really expensive cameras and things like that. So pretty excited to go and do that tomorrow. So tomorrow's really the first meeting to get going, and then as time goes on, I'm in the end of the third week already, and we're going to shoot in week 10, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday shoot. So it's only a 7-page script. It's not very long whatsoever. It's a short, but there's a lot of dense and interesting things in that 7 pages. So whenever I finish that and it gets posted online, I'll be sure to drop you guys a link to that kind of stuff. So if I'm ending up doing this, me talking by myself more often, then you guys know why, because I'm working on that, and unfortunately my schoolwork comes before having to do the show live with Moodz and JP. I know their lives are crazy as well, and, you know, stuff comes up and things like that, but, you know, this is really probably the biggest type of project that I've had to work on so far in film school, and I really didn't want to say, oh, you know, I can't do it because I have prior engagements with the show and things like that, so it's not going to be an every week thing, no way. I'm planning this to probably be the only problem for, you know, 7 weeks or so until we get closer to shoot day, and then I might miss the Friday that we're shooting, but as we get closer to that, we'll figure it out. So I'm going to be do my typical segment for this week's show, and then I'll give you my thoughts about what I thought about My Bloody Valentine. I won't get into too much story detail base because I would assume Moodz and JP are going to handle that aspect of the review. So, for this week's Jeremy's Midnight Movie, of course, every week where I review a different IFC Midnight film, because you guys know that is my shit. And this week, we'll talk about a film that I actually watched before, back in like 2012, 2013, and I absolutely hated it. I thought it was complete and utter crap, so I figured for this week I would give it another shot and hopefully think that maybe we would get better results from the film, but unfortunately that is a big fat no, and it's a film titled Spider Hole. Now, if you guys follow me on my channel and things like that, you've heard me talk about this film as being one of the worst IFC films that they released, and I thought maybe I was being a little bit too harsh on it, so I decided to give it another watch, and of course, not too good. And I just want to let you guys know right now that even though I'm not there still be
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
So let's get back into the plot of this film. So this film follows these 4 mischief friends who, you know, are like, oh, I hate life and I hate my family. They're assholes. I don't want to live with them. So, of course, they be squatters, and they go around trying to find a place to live at for free and party and be like, yeah, we're outsiders and we hate society and things like that. So come across this house, this abandoned house, and they break in there and they start to party and live there and things like that. And then, you know, one walks in the basement by himself, and, you know, shit starts to go down, and a evil force starts killing them one by one. Oh, God, how much more generic can you get with this one, folks? I mean, you got your annoying teenagers who think they're better than everyone else, and then you got the abandoned house because they think they're too cool to go in there because they think no one lives in there, and of course people actually do. And then, of course, you have your evil, ghostly force picking them off one by one. Ugh, it's so boring, and the acting is complete and utter shit. I mean, it's just terribly acted, and the effects are just, like I said, complete and utter shit. And the film still, as a second watching, you know, I figured I might be a little bit lighter on it, but still, it's this crap. And I've been watching shit lately. Like, when we get back to the what we watched segments, or when I come back and you hear the films that I've watched lately, you probably noticed that I have just watched shit after shit after shit after shit. And it's starting to get on my nerves because I have watched nothing but shit for a good 2 or 3 weeks now. Besides, you know, we'll get into My Bloody Valentine, but just complete and utter garbage from this one. Do not check it out. It's just crap. I'm not going to give it as low as a 1. I'll give it a 2.5 out of 10 because at least it's watchable, and it's on the same level of My Bloody not My Bloody Homecoming, same fucking title, on the same cover, and same kind of shittiness as My Bloody. See, I did it again twice in a row as of Bloody Homecoming. It has the same title. Cut me a fucking break. But yeah, do not check out Spider-Hole. It is complete and utter shit. So hopefully next week when I pick out another interesting film to watch for my segment, hopefully it is not complete and utter shit. Let's get into this week's main review, which My Bloody Valentine, of course, came out in 1981 during the What Do I Wish from this film and what do I think about it. It is a fun fucking slasher film. I actually have this on Laserdisc. I have it on DVD too. The 3-minute cut version. We'll get into that in a sec. But it's just something about these slasher films. I just like to go and pop in a grainy, shitty version of a low budget slasher, what this technically is. So I watched the Laserdisc version, which is cut, and of course there is a 3-minute cut version released by Lionsgate, and there's still 6 minutes of cut footage that supposedly still exists, so hopefully someone offers it sooner or later, who knows. But let me give you some of my opinions about the kills. I love the atmosphere in this film. It is fantastic, especially the beginning in the mine. I've talked about this before when I talked about Beneath. Not many people replicate the mine setting well, and My Bloody Valentine definitely represents it pretty fucking well, because they go down there in Canada and they shoot it, and it's just really, really well done. It has the feeling that Beneath failed on, in my opinion, so that's already a plus once there. Now let's talk about the kills. The kills, pretty fucking good for a hyped Friday the 13th film released a year later. Now I always wondered, Halloween 2 came out in 1981 too, so the face dunked in the pot of boiling hot water. Is it really, can't say that it ripped off Halloween 2 with Michael dipping that person's face in the hot water in the hot tub, because we see that, so it's not really a rip-off. So, I love when people get their heads dunked in hot water. I think we talked about that before on the Halloween show. That's probably one of the coolest skills. And the pick-ass through the eye is pretty cool as well. We'll get into that when we get to 3D in the sequel, in the remake. And overall, it just has some really, really interesting kills. I can see why a lot of people really love this film. I do too. It's a really interesting slasher. It's actually one of the better ones from that era, in my opinion. Besides, The Burning, which also came out in 1981, and Halloween 2, of course, which came out in 1981, which I wonder why Moodz picked 1981 for a series, because 1981 is fucking awesome. So, if you guys want a good slasher, it has good likable characters. They're not while they follow some tropes of your typical characters, they're not really anything different than your typical Friday the 13th, Halloween type characters, but, they're not as annoying and bad, and it's worth it just to watch it just for the kills. Like I said, hopefully we get some kind of aspect of that cut version sooner or later, and the ending in this film is pretty fucking cool as well, I have to say. One of the cooler endings of the slasher genre, so check it out if you guys like a cool atmospheric type of film. I know Moodz and JP probably talked about this quite often. I'll give My Bloody Valentine an 8 out of 10. So, let's get into the remake now. Now the remake, okay, so I actually saw this in theaters on, when did this come out? January 16th, 2009. So that was a Friday. Called my grandma up, and I saw it on January 17th in 3D, of course, because, 3D at this time was just starting to come back. It wasn't really hot at the time, but you notice in trends in cinema history that you got, 3D became really popular, in the 50s. It fucking died, came back in the 80s, died, and now came back, 2008, 2009. And it's starting to die again, thank God, because I'm fucking sick of it. So now we'll probably be, we probably won't see 3D become popular again till 2035, and by that time we'll fucking have films shot right into our memories. So it does okay. Let me comment on the 3D before we get into anything. It does okay on the 3D. It's a lot better than a lot of 3D films, to be completely honest. It actually uses it in the way that it should by having things, fucking come out at you and things like that. So I have to give it credit that at least it used the 3D technology in a better way than, most horror 3D films like Frightening 3D, which is just complete and utter shit, and it did not use the 3D whatsoever. It was just crap. So what's, the difference from this film to the original 1981 slasher film? So of course it takes place in present day. That's probably the biggest difference. That which of course is why it's not that big of a deal. You would expect it to take place in modern day, but fucking was made in modern times. So the characters' names are different, and does that really make a big deal that they changed the name of the characters up? Would you consider that a real remake? Nah, I just say that they have the same kind of elements from the original and follow the same kind of story. You will, you have a good remake. So what about the kills? The kills are pretty good. I think the beginning of the film, of course, in the mine is a little bit better than the end of the film and the rest of the stuff, but it does its job as a remake. Do I think it's a good remake? It's average, I have to say. I didn't even know that. It says My Bloody Valentine is the first R-rated film to be projected in Real D technology. So, as you guys see, a pretty early 3D film coming back from the hype of the 3D thing. So, kills are okay. You use a little CGI, a little bit too much in my opinion. If you really look at it, you could tell that it's CG. But for modern day film, and I love the little person part with the hotel. That's probably my favorite kill in the entire film, to be completely honest. With fucking Celine and the little person when they go into the hotel room and gets her whole head through the light. You guys know if you've seen the film about that kill, which is probably, in my opinion, one of the best kills in the film, and it's pretty an interesting film. So, not much more to say about this one, to be completely honest. It is as good as Hills Have Eyes. No. Does it have some bad dialogue? Yes. Does it have some generic, annoying characters? Yes. It's not like the original, which characters are just this one, and they're a lot more modernized and annoying. So it's an okay film, to be completely honest. I'm gonna give it a average 5 out of 10. I watch it, unfortunately, in the 2D version. I didn't have a chance to watch it in a 3D version because I don't have the 3D TV, so I had to watch it in 2D, which is kind of shitty because that's not the way the film's meant to be seen. But what are you going to do? So just wanted to tell you guys why I wasn't in the show and things like that I'm actually working on things that, we love to do and talk about. So I'm actually using my skill set a little bit more than what I've been doing with my writing and things like that I'm actually getting on the set. Because to be completely honest, do you really think I'm going to get a job as a writer at an online publication or a written publication? Probably not. So I had to expand my skills somehow, and working on a film with 100 plus people is really a really interesting opportunity that I couldn't pass up. So I'll be back next week, guys, I promise. I hope Moodz and JP put on a kicked-ass show. I know they did, because they always put on an awesome show. And until next week,
Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
I'll talk to you guys next week. Everybody have a good week, and I hope you enjoyed my little segment of the show. I'll talk to you guys soon. See you guys.